think I sat on my glasses.
Good morning. We're going to get started. Thank you everyone who's joining us on the live broadcast and here in person. We are recording. Chair Mundo, our meeting is being recorded and also on the YouTube live stream. So we're set for you to begin.
Good morning. It is 9:05 Thursday, April 3rd, 2025, and I'm calling to order the meeting of the Los Angeles County Probation Oversight Commission. I am Eduardo Mundo, Chair of the Commission. Welcome, and we look forward to hearing from our panelists, commissioners, and the public today on several important issues, including the Probation Department's global plan, the department's budget for this year, and their projected budget for next year, progress on harm prevention efforts, including Narcan in the facilities, an update on the POC's data and information requests. If there are no objections from commissioners, we are going to table item number 7 to a future meeting. Commissioners, is that all right with you?
That's the PREA item, just for the record.
If anyone wants to give public comment on this item, you're welcome to do so during the general public comment period. Lots on the agenda, so let's get going. I will turn it over to Wendy Julian, our Executive Director, to explain how you can participate during today's meeting, and then she will call the roll.
Good morning. Welcome to everyone who's joining in person and on WebEx and who's watching on YouTube. As always, the Probation Oversight Commission encourages real public participation in our meeting. We welcome your comments in writing or live today. There will be an opportunity for public comment on every agenda item, and then at the end of the meeting for items not on the agenda. The way this is going to work is we will start the agenda item. Chair Mundo will introduce it. There will be a presentation, if any. The commissioners will ask questions, and then we'll go to public comment before any decisions are made. After public comment, the commissioners may again choose to have a discussion, and then they'll vote on anything if there's a vote on the agenda item. Please help me out when you're giving public comment by, and also to the panelists, by speaking directly into the microphone. We have a large virtual audience, and it's easier for them to pay attention and listen if we talk directly into the mics. When you're making public comment, please stop speaking immediately when your time ends so I don't have to cut you off. Please make sure your public comment relates to the subject matter of that item. Remain respectful of each other in the forum. And in order to participate in the room, it's very easy. You just come up to the microphone. You can make a list or make a queue, or we will call you up as your time comes. If you're on WebEx, you use the little raise your hand function, which is a little hand icon at the bottom of the screen. If you're calling in, you need to press *3 on your phone, and that makes your phone number pop up for us, and we'll call you by your phone number. You may need to unmute yourself once we call your name or your phone number. All commenters will have 2 minutes today, unless the chair determines that we need to shorten that based on the number of commenters signed up for each item. If you'd like to make your comment in writing, you can send us an email to info@poc.lacounty.gov. Janae will put that in the chat. Please don't send your public comment in the chat. Only the host will see it. It will not be logged as public comment. The commissioners won't see it because it doesn't comport with our Brown Act obligations. Our meeting is being broadcast live today to our YouTube channel. It's a great way to watch the meeting, but there's no engagement with users on YouTube, and you can't give public comment from YouTube. But we do encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and Blue Sky at LA County POC. That'll give you lots more information and links to our reports and other partners' reports and activities that are going on. Buenos días, bienvenidos a la reunión. Ya hemos iniciado la conferencia por WebEx y en persona. Si le gustaría hacer un comentario público en cualquier cosa que estamos hablando hoy, tiene que hacer clic en la imagen de la mano que está en la parte baja de su página de WebEx. Ahí abriremos su micrófono. Si está escuchando la conferencia por teléfono y quiere hacer un comentario, presione *3 y le avisaremos cuando sea su turno. Si está viendo la conferencia en vivo por por YouTube no puede participar en la reunión. Si prefiere hacer sus comentarios en español, les daremos el doble del tiempo y podemos proveer traducción al inglés o usted puede proveer su propio traductor. Al iniciar su comentario, nomás avísenos que necesita un traductor o quiere hacer su comentario en español. I will now call the roll. Commissioners, please respond when I call your name. Commissioner Dolores Canales? Commissioner Brooke Harris? Commissioner Shay Jackson is absent today. Commissioner Melinda Kakani? Commissioner Don Meredith told me he will be arriving at about 9:40, so we will indicate on the agenda when he joins. Commissioner Sam Prater? Commissioner Tyreek Ship? Commissioner Diane Terry? And Chair Eduardo Mundo. So with 2 members absent, Chair Mundo, we have quorum, and I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Wendy. Let's proceed with item 2, the approval of the March 13th meeting minutes. Wendy, do we have any written public comments or live public comments for our item number 2?
No comments on the minutes.
May I have a motion to approve the March 13th meeting minutes?
Motion to
We-
approve the.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kakani,
Second,
by Commissioner
Canales.
Canales. Thank you. Are there any changes to the minutes? Hearing none, commissioners, please vote with a voice vote.
Aye.
Okay. The motion carries. Agenda item number 3, which is to discuss and take possible action on an update on the Los Angeles County Probation Department's global plan, including recommending alternatives to the plan. Attached to the agenda, you will find a copy of the global plan, probation's update that was submitted to the Board of Supervisors in March, a list of pros and cons developed by the POC staff, and a link to the motion that passed Tuesday's Board of Supervisors meeting that requires the department to come back to the board with some elements of the plan and to elicit feedback from stakeholders. Joining us today to respond to questions about this agenda item is Acting Director Jocelyn Roman. I would like to begin today by sharing a little about a meeting that took place yesterday between 3 POC commissioners, representatives of the Probation Union, 685, and some community advocates and partners. We met at Union headquarters and talked about elements of the plan and shared our areas of agreement and spoke about areas of disagreement. And it was commented that a meeting like that should have taken place long ago. And I agreed with that. And I think the commissioners did. I won't speak for them, but it was a positive meeting. And I hope that it starts a continued relationship with everybody that actually joins us. Before I move on, any commissioner that was involved yesterday, if you have any comments?
Just to be clear, there were only 3 commissioners there, not a quorum. Commissioner Canales and Commissioner Kakani joined Commissioner Mundo.
Commissioner Kakani?
Just that it was, I think the start of a conversation where there are areas of alignment that would warrant some action by the commission. And I thought that parts of it were quite productive in that way. So I'm glad that we were able to start that conversation.
Great. Commissioner Canales?
Yes, thank you. I felt that it was very positive and productive, and also it really made me feel as if what we were called to do was actually happening yesterday. What we were appointed to do by the Board of Supervisors, I felt yesterday was the actual implementation of why we were all here together, to bring about change, to come to agreements of solutions, and to really move forward. So I'm feeling very positive, and hopefully there'll be another one as well.
In leading the discussion, Probation Officer Bell did a marvelous job, and it was almost like a tryout for the commission when he retires. So before we go on, I'd like Jocelyn Rahman to kind of introduce herself. I think we'll be seeing her maybe give us a little background, and then we'll go on to questions.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning, Jocelyn Roman, Acting Deputy Director for Juvenile. Been with the department for almost 20 years. Most of it in juvenile, have some experience in adult, but most of my experience is with juvenile. A lot in institutions, and I look forward to working with you guys.
Thank you. With that, I will turn it over to you for your comments and questions. Eventually, we want to add some recommendations and alternatives to the chart. At the end of the pros and cons list, we can do that as well. Commissioners, if any of you would like to start the comments or questioning, please just raise your hand. There's not going to be a presentation today. It's just for us to kind of finish up the conversation we started at our last meeting.
Maybe I will echo what Commissioner Mundo said in case people are just logging on to the meeting, that attached to the agenda are a lot of helpful items for the public. There is the actual global plan. There is an update to the global plan that's from, I think, March 14th, if I'm not wrong, that the department submitted to the board. There's a copy of Supervisor Horvath and Hahn's motion that passed on Tuesday with an amendment by Supervisor Solis regarding the transparency in the global plan process. There's the POC's pros and cons list. And I feel like there's one, and then a lot of public comment that's attached to the agenda.
Commissioner Harris.
Thank you. Chief Deputy, is that Chief Deputy?
Acting Chief.
Acting Chief Deputy. Could you just tell us, I know you're not going to present today, but could you just tell us in your, a brief overview in your own words about what, now that these new motions have passed, what the department's plan is moving forward, given the parameters of the motions and what you're sort of reconfiguring or going to do, with the directive from the Board of Supervisors?
Thank you. So we have been already engaging in work groups with our partners, making sure that we're getting feedback and input on how we can move forward appropriately, making the proper decisions for our youth and for our staff. We have also started working with DYD to make sure that we're doing some proper community stakeholder engagement. So that'll be coming forward. For the actual plan itself, I believe that we left room for conversation and for some improvements and discussion on how we can best move forward. So it's actually an opportunity for us to be able to work together, exactly as Ms. Canales said, to make sure that we're providing the proper services for our youth.
Commissioner Harris, I'll also add that POC staff has been in contact with DYD after the chief mentioned at the last meeting that they were going to be working with DYD to do the stakeholder outreach, and offered our support logistically and also, by things as simple as sharing it on our social media and with our email outreach for when DYD is ready to actually implement that community stakeholder engagement. We'll be using all of our resources to support that.
Commissioner Prater.
Just a quick, I need to do that microphone
Yes.
thing. Oh, yeah. Just a quick question about, have you guys identified who the stakeholders are? Is there like a list of like folks you intend to kind of engage in? So, and also community partners, has that been made public about who those folks are?
We definitely are gathering the list, yes.
Commissioner Kakani.
So first question was, I noticed that there was a kind of a report back to the report back, the volume 2, or I can't remember what it was referred to as. And there were a bunch of signatures of the heads of departments. And I noticed that the Department of Arts and Culture was not on that list. And the Department of Arts and Culture holds a significant number of the contracts as it relates to programming, which would obviously be significantly impacted if the chief's global plan were to be implemented. So just curious if they were left off the list for a reason, if that was unintentional, or what the thoughts are on the Department of Arts and Culture.
I actually don't know why arts and culture wasn't included on the list, but I can tell you, as somebody who has worked very closely with arts and culture, we recognize their importance and we want to make sure that they're included in conversation. Programming is at the center of what our youth need. So if they weren't signed on there, I'm not sure what occurred, but we will be engaging with them and have always engaged with arts and culture. They're very important.
Okay. Um, sorry. Oh, sorry. As it relates to the work groups, have started?
Yes, ma'am.
And how often are you all meeting?
We're going to be meeting a minimum of once a week thus far.
Okay. And how many work groups are there?
So we haven't decided if we're going to break out to have smaller work groups or if we're going to have one big one where we have discussion about everything. But we know that what impacts one group at Kilpatrick may not necessarily impact the conversation the same for Kirby. So we want to be mindful of people's time and we may do smaller ones. We're just in the beginning, so
How
it
are
may
the
change.
work groups being So, sorry, are the work groups being structured by basically the intended changes that are identified in the global plan, or are they, what is the structure?
So the structure will be getting developed as we start to iron things out. So right now we had one big meeting. We discussed what the facilities plan is. We discussed how people are impacted. We've asked for some feedback from our partners as well as how they would like to see the group structured. We want to know if they want to have meetings that are larger or if they feel like it would be more beneficial to have smaller meetings. So that will change, but we definitely want to engage with them and make sure that we're not having meetings that are too long and not productive. So if it means that we have to have more meetings to be productive, then we're going to do that.
Okay, and I'm sure that you've seen DYD's statement that they put out stating that they are, again, willing to support the community engagement piece, but also shared significant concerns as it related to the chief's global plan. So just wondering if you can share, generally speaking, kind of um, the level of buy-in from the other departments that you're seeking to work with, given that one of the departments has already stated that they have significant concerns about this vision.
I think overall, we have to recognize that the facilities are what the facilities are. We have the space that we have to work with, and we're going to have to do the best that we can with that. It's going to involve engagement, it's going to involve conversation, but some of us are going to have to make some difficult decisions where it may not be the most comfortable decision for us, but as long as we're putting the youth as our priority, we're going to do the right thing. So having the conversation with our partners is going to let us maybe flesh out some of the concerns and see where we need to make adjustments on all sides.
How exactly are you ensuring that youth are the priority? Are they a part of this process? Are you, I don't know if that's a role for the Probation Oversight Commission or for DYD to actually engage the young people who, to your point, will be most impacted by this and their families. So I hear you saying that youth are the priority, but just curious how you plan to effectuate that.
So we know that we're the caretakers of the youth, so we should be making them a priority at all times. In terms of getting feedback from youth, that's something we've done before. It wouldn't be the first time if we asked for their thoughts. We have done that before as it pertains to programming and other things. So they are a priority. They should always be all of our priorities.
That's not really answering. I'm just saying, what is it that you're doing to ensure that they are the priority, or that their priorities are also being heard? I'm just not hearing that part. I think we all agree that they are the priority, but the what part is, I'm not hearing that.
So I think you're asking two questions. You're asking, how are we making them a priority? And I'm saying that by the decisions that we're making is showing that they're a priority. We want to make sure that they have the proper infrastructure, the proper programming spaces. Those are all decisions that are made to provide the best services. Now you're asking if we're incorporating their feedback. That's a separate question. The feedback can be incorporated. Should it be incorporated at this point? Should it be incorporated later? I'm not certain. That hasn't been part of the conversation thus yet, but we have incorporated youth feedback before. So I don't think it's something that we're opposed to doing. At this point, it hasn't been part of the conversation. So yes, they're a priority, and we will probably engage them in some feedback. Their families are also going to be providing feedback when we have the community engagement, stakeholder engagement.
Commissioner Kakane, if I may, can we kind of go around the
Yeah,
table, then
just-
come back?
Okay, I just one last question and then I'll be done.
One
Just
part?
Just, I haven't heard you also mention your engagement with the union and the folks who will be obviously also impacted by any of these changes. So just wondering when, I don't know, in what part of the process will that take place? Because at the end of the day, staffing is probably one of the biggest issues. And it feels like it should be something at the forefront. And I haven't really heard that part mentioned.
I agree that staffing is important and that the conversation is important. I've personally, not union related, but have gotten some feedback as I'm walking through the institutions. Where the union meetings and the conversation between the department and the union falls, I'm not clear. But I do think that we are receiving feedback, even if it's even just one-on-one feedback is important.
Commissioner Ship.
Um, I'll make a statement, then ask a question, and they may be two separate. So, me personally, I have talked to youth inside of Kilpatrick, right? And they have expressed that they don't want to leave Kilpatrick. I think, like, they keep expressing to us that they don't want to leave Kilpatrick. And then even youth in Barry J have talked about that they feel incentivized, that they actually do good because they have the chance to go to Kilpatrick, even though they wait 5 to 6 months. This is really what they're saying to us, all of them, every single one of them. So so I think it is important that you engage them because they do have a voice. They do have something that they want done. They don't want to leave Kilpatrick. And for the youth who are waiting to go in, they're hoping that you expand Kilpatrick and bring them in there. This is directly from them. This is not from me. Like, I'm hearing this directly from them. So I think you should engage them. For me, secondly, so I have a question around these work groups. Are y'all developing a new global plan, or is it you just taking some feedback and making small adjustments? I know you got to get like county approved, board of supervisors approval for this thing now, but are y'all just taking, or is it going to be a whole new plan, or is it just we'll take the feedback and do what we can around that?
We're not writing a new global plan. We're working together on the plan that we have, figuring out any adjustments that need to be made, taking the feedback from each one of our partner agencies.
And how rigid is this plan? Like, how much will you give and take from this plan? Like, are y'all willing to maybe not close a facility, or maybe not move people from this facility to that facility? How rigid is this, especially since you're working with community stakeholders and other departments?
I don't think I can take a stance if we're willing to or not do something. I think that the conversation's happening, and from there we may be able to make some different decisions, or we're going to stay to the decisions that have been made. But the engagement will occur. I can't tell you what's going to happen from this moment right now.
Maybe just a recommendation from me. I think it should be rigid, right? You talk about this. There is a lot of moving pieces. There's credible messengers, programmers. There's Department of Mental Health. We talk about all of these things that are coming together to make this to work with our young people. And so I think this needs to be rigid. You need to work with the unions. You need to work with community. You need to work with the youth. You need to work with as many people as possible to make this happen. Because once we do that, we will see real results because there's so many voices in the room and people actually caring about that. I think that is my recommendation to you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Canales.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I agree. I was recently at Kilpatrick, and I know that the youth there are not in favor of being moved to Barry J. They're not in favor of that part of the global plan, and that's coming directly from them. So that's why I think we're all asking just how important is their feedback? Have they been able to talk to anybody? And another thing that I want to raise about the global plan is, right now in this plan, here we are in April, and in this plan, there's a June 1st closure date for Camp Page. And so I'm wondering how quickly you're meeting about that, because I think, with 2 months left for this set date, right now, the way that things are, like at Los Padrinos and everywhere else, I feel that a June 1st closure date for Camp Page would only create more chaos. What's going to end up happening to the youth there, and not only that, for the vision that you have for it, I just don't see that it being feasible at this time in the stages that we're in. And as the chief said in our last meeting, he keeps reiterating this is a facilities plan, and while that is very true, this is a facilities plan. You are dealing with human lives in these facilities that are under the responsibility of probation. So you cannot just continue to convey this is a facilities plan as if the people Human beings have nothing to do with the facility, not just those that are encaged in these facilities, but those that work there as well. So you can't just say it's a facilities plan and look at it like if this is what it's going to be without leaving up the most important part, which is the people that will be running these facilities, the people that will be engaged in these facilities, the family members that will have to change everything about where they're going right now to visit, the programs that are going into these facilities that have proven to be productive. I was just recently saying, I'm actually afraid now to talk about all the positive that I'm seeing when I go into visits, because I see a lot of positive with the programming. But it's like every time I start to mention good things, they switch up and they change it. Now you have Camp Kilpatrick that has been one of the most successful. So why? It just, and I know you're just coming into this, but to me, it just makes no sense. When things are going good, it's like probation throws an intentional wrench in there just to make sure, like, let's just, mess it all up when things are going good. And so, I'm very concerned about that date, and hopefully we can get to some kind of resolution there. And then also, moving the youth out of Camp Kilpatrick. Thank you.
Commissioner Terry.
I just wanted to offer a recommendation for the youth and parent feedback. I think there's different, I know for at least at Barry J, there's different like youth councils or some type of youth leadership, groupings. If they could actually have someone, for example, from a youth council could have a formal role. So not be a part of like general feedback solicited from the young people, but like actually having a role in the meetings. And I believe we've heard about a parent council or some sort of assembling of parents. I think a parent, again, if they could kind of be considered a key member of those working groups, so that I think that's a way that the feedback, we can make sure that it's not just opinions, but like they actually have a voice in the process.
Thank you.
Commissioner Harris.
Sam, do you have anything? I have a couple follow-up questions. One, could you describe who was in the initial work group meeting that you have held?
We had representation, gosh, I don't want to go down the list and actually miss things. But we did have representation from LACO, DMH, JCHS, all of our immediate partners were present.
And in response to Commissioner Shipp's questions, question where he asked you, are you creating a new global plan or making small adjustments based on these stakeholder meetings? What I'm hearing from you is that there's going to be no new global plan. Is that right?
And if you're asking me if we're going to start from scratch, the answer is no, not at this time.
Okay. So really, I mean, the issues that we're talking about are the closure of Kilpatrick as an SYTF for male youth and young people, and the moving girls and gender expansive youth to Kilpatrick in its stead, and what happens at Dorothy Kirby. Like, those are the real areas of concern. I mean, I don't know if you got a chance to watch our meeting last month. But that was there was a lot of agreement in the room from advocates, from probation staff and union representatives, from commissioners. It was pretty aligned, right? Those are the areas that we're all concerned about. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're basically saying we're going to have a series of meetings and make small adjustments to those areas of concern, but we're not rethinking those movements.
I don't think that's what I said. I think that we keep saying, are we making big decisions, little decisions? And I'm saying the meetings haven't even happened yet. So I can't tell you what decisions are coming out of there, but we are engaging, we're asking for feedback, and we're going to make the adjustments that are necessary. Some people are going to be more comfortable with the adjustments that are made. Probation may have to give. We're going to have to make some hard decisions. The reality is, these are the facilities that we have to work with. We also know that the space that we have is difficult to operate in. It is difficult to provide the level of programming that we're asked to provide in the space that currently exists. I completely understand that the youth that are at Kilpatrick love being at Kilpatrick. I also understand that as somebody who's provided programming myself, that's difficult to provide programming in a small space such as Los Padrinos, right? We know that we want to provide quality service everywhere. So we're going to have to make some adjustments that perhaps are difficult at this moment to provide better service in the long run. So do our youth want to leave Kilpatrick? No, and I'm clear and I understand that. However, we want to make modifications to Barry J so that Barry J can also be the appropriate place for our youth. A lot of times we have to think further down the line than where we are at this current moment. When we were building Kilpatrick, that wasn't the most popular thing then. And now we love Kilpatrick, right? So I think that the engagement is necessary. It's going to occur. How big the adjustments are going to be, I can't tell you. Those meetings haven't happened yet.
It feels a little reductive to say that youth don't want to leave Kilpatrick and that's the major concern. That's not it, right? It's that there is an entirely new program that the department is responsible for rehabilitating and providing extensive programming for young people, and you're choosing to do it in a horrendous facility, Barry J, and you're choosing to, go back to that, and then you're, instead of focusing on ending girls' incarceration, which you have a grant, at least one grant right now from the Office of Youth and Community Restoration to actually focus on that, instead of focusing on decarceration, your plan is to move all of these, young women, girls, gender expansive youth to Malibu, including, pre-adjudication girls and gender expansive youth, which is a whole total quagmire, in my opinion, as a former defense attorney, to be building the relationship that's necessary to, actually represent a young person in court if they're out in Malibu. That's a totally different calculus that I hope people are thinking about, right? For lawyers to be able to get out there to actually represent young people in the way that they need to, and to meet with them. But let's not be reductive about this. These are really significant considerations, that it's not just about like, oh, young people really like being at Campus Kilpatrick. It's the why, it's the staff, it's it's what, frankly, the department owes all of these young people. And this is not about, I hate this term, but I feel like this is the speak. It's not about moving bodies, as Commissioner Canala said. It's about rehabilitation. It's about staff as well. It is about, the human beings. And I'm just hearing that we're gonna listen a little bit, but like those major issues are sort of ingrained in what we're gonna do, and that's it. Maybe I'm misinterpreting it, but that's how it's sounding today.
I apologize if that's what you're receiving. I'm definitely trying to get across that we are prioritizing our youth. We want to make sure that all of our youth, not just a particular segment of our youth, are receiving the quality services, and that's going to take some change in our facilities. We want to make sure that we have the proper space to provide the services that we were asked to provide. I don't in any way minimize any of our youth nor our staff. Our staff in the juvenile halls, our staff in camps, our staff at SYTF, all of them are important, and we do have to take the staff and the youth into consideration. So if that's not what you're receiving, I apologize.
So I guess we're all receiving the same thing and hearing it. What I'm hearing is that we're going to have a bunch of discussions, but the plan is the plan, and we're just going to make it better medicine. That we're going to go back to the board, and these things are definite. We're going to move the girls to Kilpatrick. We're going to close Camp Page. I just don't hear that there's even a likelihood that those discussions are talking about not doing those things. But how we do these things and how do we press forward with people feeling less pain? And so, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, and the chief has every right to do what he wants. That's what he was hired for. But it seems like we're wasting a lot of people's time if at the end, the plan is going to be the plan. So if there's no chance of reversing what's out there, then we might as well just swallow the pill and move from there. So is there any chance that the department will reverse at least those two decisions? keeping Page open and keeping the girls until we find a better place at Los Padrinos.
Our chief has the discretion to make any adjustments that he feels are necessary. So once he receives the feedback, he can make the adjustments that are necessary. But I'm not going to say that that is the goal to start over. The goal is to receive the feedback and make the adjustments as we find fit as a group. I'm not going to say that we're starting over at this moment. That's not what I've been told. So are we meeting? Are we planning to make some adjustments? Yes. Are we receiving feedback? Yes. Will we be starting over? Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so is it possible that one of those adjustments will be to reverse any of those decisions? Is there a likelihood of that?
He's the chief. So whatever he would like to receive back and the decisions he would like to make from that is up to him.
Thank you. Commissioner Canales?
Yes, thank you. So in the initial creation of the global plan, were you a part of that?
At that time, I was an adult now.
Okay, and then so everybody that signed off here, Dr. Gali, Director of Human Services, these people were a part of the creation of the global plan, and they're signing off on the chief's global plan. That's from what I'm understanding from this motion, correct? Or this letter from the chief.
I'm not going to speak to whether or not they were part of the initial global plan because I wasn't a part of it.
Okay, well, I mean, because it's directed to the Board of Supervisors. It's dated March 18th. It's from all these various, PhDs and PSYDs and everything, but nowhere do I see like Director of Camp Kilpatrick, Director of Camp Page, things like that you would think would be very detrimental as well as input. Nowhere do I see a community-based family organization. And I think that's what we keep circling back to. And you've already made it clear that the chief has no plans of starting over. He might consider some amendments, but you did make clear that he is the chief and he can do whatever he wants. And to be honest, I think that's what the problem is here, is that he is the chief and can do whatever he wants. Last meeting, we brought it up. We're bringing it up this meeting, just how serious some of these actions are in his global plan and the detrimental effects it will have on human lives. And he's not here today because he is the chief and he can do whatever he wants. We should make a meme of you saying that, honestly, just because that's what I have seen over and over and over again. But if he is the chief and can do whatever he wants, then why were we appointed by the Board of Supervisors to oversee? Are we here as tokens, as pawns, to appease the community, to appease the board? Because he's the chief and he could do whatever he wants. Or do we have a say in any of this? Do the people have the say? Does probation have the say? Does the community have the say? We as commissioners? Or is he the chief and he could do whatever he wants? Just if you could just answer that.
It's definitely not what I'm saying. The feedback has to be received. We are engaging, but a decision eventually has to be made. We have to move past a conversation and say, this is what we are going to do for our youth. And you're referring to the March 18th. And the March 18th, there's reference to other departments throughout California have had to rebuild facilities, have had to make adjustments. We're also needing to do the same thing. So yes, we need to engage. Yes, there needs to be conversation. By no means am I saying somebody does whatever they want to do. What I'm saying is that we are providing the feedback, including myself, including you, including community stakeholders, and from there decisions are going to be made. That is what I'm trying to convey, is that at some point we have to start moving forward. So will the feedback be received? Yes, but you're asking me to tell you that we're going to start from scratch, and I'm not at liberty to say that that is what we're doing. We are receiving feedback, adjustments will be made, and as you know, we have to wait for things to occur. We've only had a few meetings. So I think you have to give it a chance to see how these engagements are going to go. And then we can talk about whether or not the feedback is being acknowledged, received, whether or not adjustments are being made. But at this current time, we've only had a few meetings. Let us engage, let us talk, and let's see what we are going to do. Nobody's presenting that somebody just can do whatever. We are engaging in conversation.
And I think that's where the frustration comes in. And while sometimes it feels like we're going in circles, because it continues to be communicated, communication, stakeholders, feedback and everything, but yet it was created without any of that, without absolutely none of that. Now there might be some willingness for some feedback, and I think we're all just trying to really get a handle on how much, because we have not been involved in this at all. That's why I'm saying we came to a meeting, we were given the global plan. We were not involved in feedback. We were not involved in the creation of it. Nobody that we know of. That's why we keep asking exactly who also. And so that is why we keep circling back to the same questions, because it looks like this was created with a group of stakeholders, with input and feedback and buy-in. And that's what we have never seen, so I do understand your answer, and we'll see. Yes, we will have to wait and see now where we go, because we do have recommendations. We do have solutions. The youth inside have recommendations and solutions. The family members, there's so much. So we will see where that goes. Thank you.
Commissioner Ship.
Yeah, so I know you just got into the acting chief deputy role. This isn't the first global plan, right?
For
Like
ever
just in
or
general,
for,
this isn't the first time that Guillermo and this probation division has presented a global plan, right?
this is the first time I'm engaging with the global plan, so I don't want to speak to anything else that's been presented.
Okay, so I want to say it was March of 2023, and he was presenting on it as time went on, until you guys presented this new one. But there was a global plan that he presented where it was, and it looked very similar to this, right? Where they wanted to house the girls at Camp Scott at one point, all the girls at Camp Scott, and they wanted to make Camp Miller staff housing, and it also talked about DYD, Incredible Messengers, right? The reason why I'm mentioning this is because you talked about not creating another global plan when this is a restart to another global plan, right? Moving the girls to Camp Kilpatrick is a restart. It is a whole new global plan from scratch. So what I'm trying to understand is, since you have done it before, since you have had global plans before, and this isn't the first one, why can't we create a new global plan with community stakeholders, with different departments, with everybody? I get it that he's the chief and he has unilateral decision making over his department, but he does not work alone. So what I'm trying to understand is, since we've done it before and we've created a global plan before, why aren't community departments and everybody working on a brand new global plan?
So let me say it again. I have not been told that we are going to be rewriting a global plan. So no matter how we ask the question, I can't sit here and tell you that that's what we are going to do. If that is the choice, then that's the choice. At this current moment, we are engaging on the global plan that exists, and we are going to make any adjustments based on the engagement that we're having. Should a decision be made to start a new global plan, then that's the decision, and we go from there. But I can't tell you that that's the plan when that is not what I've been informed. So I'm getting the feedback. I'm taking note that that is what we're asking for, but I can't tell you that that's what we're going to do because I haven't been informed of that.
Well, from me to you, I think you should look into writing a new global plan, because we have before. I think like trying to house girls at Camp Scott, and then the issues came up that just like Campus Kilpatrick, that Camp Scott was inadequate to house young ladies. I think like you should look into those same things, because the same issues that we had with that global plan is the same issues that we're bringing up here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Terry, followed by Commissioner Meredith.
So at the last meeting, excuse me, the chief did say, if anyone has a better idea, bring it. I'm open. So I do want to put that out there, similar to what Commissioner Canales said, that there are other ideas on the table. I think the frustration is because given that there was such negative feedback about the plan, it would seem that the response would be, then we need to pause and maybe not move forward. I think that maybe something that would be helpful at the next meeting then is, I think the public should have a right to see what were all the recommendations, discussions that came out of those work groups, what feedback was given, and how the department is going to respond to that. If there's a decision to not move forward on a piece of advice that was given, why not? If they're moving forward in a different direction, why are they doing that? So I think that's something that would be helpful, because otherwise I think it feels like, oh, okay, yes, I'll get community feedback, but it's within a container. It's already like a plan is decided, so you can give feedback on something that's already been decided rather than like, no, I'm giving my substantive feedback is going to be taken in a way that would actually shift the plan. So that would be my recommendation, that that type of information is shared back.
Thank you, Commissioner Cherry. That actually is something that I was thinking about, so thank you. Commissioner Meredith, followed by Commissioner Prater.
Yes, I've been doing this 23 years, and I don't recall any other global plan, per se, to 12 chiefs. This is the first global plan. One of the things that, and I respect the chief's decision-making ability, is we're only oversight and recommending and making recommendations. But I do believe we need to have much more communication, because I say that because when we first got to SYTF, we didn't do an outreach to some of the communities, such as Laverne and San Dimas, and I had to appear in those meetings on behalf of the 5th District. And it was hard to defend positions that nobody had been warned that was coming down. So I think getting the community involved, getting the feedback is a great idea. Understanding we have to have a starting place some point. We all have different opinions of what should or should not be done, but I think those opinions do need to be shared. So I just think some more transparency in the process would be appropriate for everybody involved. And then the chief can render his decision, because that is his job. That's what he's hired for.
Thank you.
Commissioner Prater.
No worries. Just wanted to underscore the calls for transparency and what the conversations will be with stakeholders and community partners, et cetera. But I just want to make sure that I'm hearing the right thing. And I wasn't at the last meeting, so I apologize if I'm, asking the question that's already been answered. But what I think I hear you saying is that a plan was presented. There was feedback, some of which was not positive feedback, and then you all will then engage in new conversations with stakeholders and community partners, et cetera, to talk about the plan that was presented. And I hear you saying that, yeah, we got the feedback. We are going to now engage in the conversations that we did not have prior to presenting this plan. And then something new will emerge from those conversations. It may not be necessarily a new plan necessarily, but perhaps a more informed plan, right? One that considers and contemplates the feedback that you receive as a result of all the meetings that you're going to have that have not yet taken place, right? And so I just want to make sure that that meeting isn't about saying, well, all the stakeholders who weren't included, now you're all in the meeting with us, and now we're saying that this is what the plan is going to be. Are you on board or not? And that's I think that's a very, very different thing than incorporating the feedback. And it sounds like you're saying that those conversations are yet to be had. You will let us know who those conversations will be with, right? So that if there are stakeholders or community partners that were missing from those initial conversations, that they're now present. And then we'll understand something different from you. There'll be a different presentation about what the plan is once those conversations are taking place, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I'm hearing that correctly. So it sounds like that the concerns that we're all raising here will be addressed in these future sort of like cadence of meetings that will happen, correct?
That is correct.
All right, is there a date for when those meetings will take place and when they will conclude?
Our immediate work groups that have been happening are happening weekly with our partners, like I mentioned, JCHS. That's just an example, DMH. Those are happening weekly. When they will conclude, I don't know. We are just beginning to engage. And as I mentioned, we don't know if we're going to have smaller meetings, bigger meetings. So we're just beginning the process.
And I appreciate that. Just wanted to make sure that I know that there was some date specific deadlines, one of the camps closing by June 1st. And so I just want to kind of just clear. So as you all know, would be very helpful for you to kind of communicate back to this body when those meetings are going to conclude. And so when we can expect to see the results of, whatever the conversations are going to be with the new partners and community, community partners and stakeholders, right? And so I want to kind of give grace to the fact that, okay, great, you guys are hearing some feedback from us. It isn't necessarily the positive feedback, and I'm hoping that you are committing to sort of saying we're going to fix this by now engaging in new conversations, and that a revised plan perhaps may come from that. It may not be a start from zero like you've been saying, repeatedly, but there might be some revisions based upon what you hear in these new meetings, correct?
Could be.
I think that I'm okay with that. Just wanted to make sure that I'm hearing that clearly.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So I'm just curious, is Kilpatrick continuing to accept individuals from Silmar?
First step down?
Yes.
Yes.
And what is the population at Camp Page now?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
Is it
Mhm.
reducing in preparation?
Yes.
So we've already started the process on one end almost.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you for
Thank
appearing
you.
here today the
Mhm.
first time.
Thank you.
You're-
Appreciate it.
Okay, commissioners.
I have one more
Oh,
thing to say.
Commissioner Canales.
I'm still just want to go back to how you say you're still meeting, right? You're still working things through. And that's where my concern comes from because I don't understand who's meeting. I haven't been invited. I don't know if my fellow commissioners have been invited, but I do know that the chief created a leadership team and you even had a leadership summit. And that consists of the director of health services, the director of mental health, the director of public health, youth development, DYD. Okay, that's fine, but DYD is not the end all be all. There's still a huge community that I feel should have a say, and the superintendent of schools. So that's why I keep coming back to this. Is this the group that you are referring to when you say we are continuing to meet and look through this global plan?
That's the immediate group that we're meeting with, yes, but that doesn't mean that those are the only people that we're going to be meeting with. But we do know that we have to address concerns that were brought up, such as staffing for LACO to be able to staff Kilpatrick, right? If we were to change up the configuration. So those are conversations that we're having with them immediately so that we can make sure that that is taken care of whenever we roll out whatever the plan is. But that doesn't mean that those are the only conversations that will occur.
And so, and I think, it's good for the community to know as we keep falling back on the chief. Well, we also have the director of public health on here signing off. We also have the director of mental health on here signing off. I think that the community needs to know who is signing off on this global plan and giving it a stamp, a rubber stamp of close the halls, move the boys, move the girls, do all these things, because this is right here. We have the creation of it with the signatures. And I'm wondering, did any of them ever wear a uniform and go work in the probation camp? Did any of them ever have a son or daughter that was incarcerated? Did any of them have to ever line up in visiting and get sniffed by dogs to visit their incarcerated child? I just don't see the community even in the leadership summit. And I know you said you're going to expand. So that's what I'm trying to find an answer to. How do we get invited to the meetings?
Well, this particular meeting, I'm not sure, but we can definitely have a discussion about the feedback from POC and how we can engage.
Being someone who worked in the camps, I understand that we have partners there, but they don't have agency. We run the camps and it's our way. And I just wondered if these partners that are listed here really feel they have any agency. If they were to say, we just can't make it work, if that even matters, because in the end, it's probation that's going to decide where the kids are, and everybody else is going to have to follow. And that is disturbing to me, that the footprint that we try to rid ourselves of with the Reimagine movement is still the same. So that's just my last comment on that, because if they're going to the meetings to be told or to be asked to do this and not really be able to say, we don't think it's a good idea on many levels, it's just they're just there to be on this letter that's been sent out. So, but we'll see. We gotta just hope for the best, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Harris?
I think what you're hearing, the issue is not, there's an oversight commission for a reason, right? There's an oversight commission for a reason. And not every county has an oversight commission because not every probation department needs it, right? And I'm not talking about individual probation officers. I'm not but there is an acknowledged brokenness in this department. And so I think what you're hearing is a lack of trust and the lack of trust among a ton of stakeholders, and lack of transparency is not helping when, the chief is announcing these major plans. And I just, you're hearing that. And I just, I didn't want to end without saying that this is not, this is coming to a head again because of these longstanding issues that we've seen over and over and over. And there's a lot of outrage because of this, and the approach right now is not helping. So yeah.
I don't know if this is the right time to make a motion or if it should wait.
I think if you're going to make a motion, it would help to make it before public comment, because
Okay,
if you make a
then we can
motion after
include it all.
public comment, we'd have to go back to public comment again.
Okay. I just want to plus one what Commissioner Harris said and respond to something Commissioner Meredith said, that in his decades of work with the probation department, he's never seen a global plan. But it was only until 2023 that Supervisor Horvath requested a global plan. It was only in 2023 that we were starting to see this like record reduction in the juvenile incarcerated youth population. And there was a need to address the fact that you have this billion-dollar department and a much smaller population that you're working with. And so how do we do that responsibly and effectively? And frankly, nothing about this plan is responsible or effective. And I think the chief would do well to hear that, because it has been said repeatedly, like there's a reason that that motion passed with the 4-1 vote, because there's real concerns about transparency, responsibility, and effectiveness, and frankly, the prioritization of young people. There's a reason that for the first time in who knows how long, you have a probation union that is actually, to some degree, aligned with community around really deep concerns about this plan. Maybe for different reasons, but that's besides the point. Like, there is actually agreement that there are things that are wildly harmful to all the people who are directly impacted. And it's really unfortunate that this work group, it sounds like it was one meeting, maybe two, failed to include the staff who you're expecting to show up, the programming that you're expecting to meet the needs of young people, and the young people and their families, and the communities that care about them. It just feels so wildly short-sighted, and like that this chief thinks that he's going to get somewhere without the buy-in of these people doesn't feel like a smart move. With all that being said, based on the conversation that we heard last month via public comment, the conversation that was had yesterday with members of the union and a few members of the community, I think there are a few places where there is significant alignment. And so as a recommendation, I don't know, to the board, to the probation department, or to the chief, it seems. That's who I'm speaking to, because it doesn't sound like this is a department global plan. This is a chief global plan. I think that it would be wise for the commission to recommend that the girls and gender expansive youth not be moved to Kilpatrick. B, that Kilpatrick not close as a secure youth treatment facility. And C, that Page not close as a juvenile camp when we don't have really a better option for those young people, and it will simply create an increase in population at LP as we are waiting for young people to then be placed in a camp. So I think those are the primary recommendations that I'm making a motion for the Probation Oversight Commission to recommend.
For a second, is there anyone who would like to add a recommendation to that list? So we don't go backwards. It related, well, let's get a second for the motion.
I second.
Second by Commissioner Canales, excuse me. Commissioner Meredith?
Yeah, I want to point out, first of all, the $1 billion budget covers the entire department, not just the custody facilities for the youth. But more importantly, I see Mr. Smythe is here. I was up at Page recently, and it's my understanding that Page needs extensive repairs or overhaul. Is that correct?
Yeah, there are some repairs going on there. I think it's air conditioning, classroom roof, classroom, school bathroom, maybe a few other things I'm not sure of.
Okay, so the facility is going to be upgraded to where it still could be usable.
And my understanding is it will be in use, it just won't be housing youth. It'll be used to support youth programs for both Afro-Labatt and Page.
Okay.
Well, unless there are any, I mean, it's up to you.
Any concerns, comments regarding the motion?
Yeah.
Commissioner Prater?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm clear, though. The plan was presented. We didn't, like the community, stakeholders, this commission, et cetera, may have not liked the way that plan was developed and rolled out. We have now said, well, I guess what I'm hearing, and if I'm make sure I'm kind of synthesizing all of this correctly, is that we want you to go back to the drawing board, engage in this plan with all the appropriate stakeholders and partners, and then present what comes from that. Should we not let the processes, if that is the feedback that we've been giving, at least for the last almost hour, like, seems to me that like we should just then allow them the space to do that. You know what I mean? I don't, if what comes from that conversation from all the folks that we all are saying, hey, parents should be involved, youth should be involved, you know, A, B, and C, and D down the line, then should we let that process play out if that's what we've been saying for the last hour that should happen? Rather than making I'm just wondering I guess the wisdom in that if we have been saying, why wasn't this person included? Why wasn't this stakeholder included? Why not that? Why not that? And then what I hear is, yeah, well, we hear that feedback, we'll incorporate that feedback and then continue the discussions. Should we give that space and time to happen? So then hear what is the recommendation. I guess I'm confused at the motion, you know, given that we have been saying for almost an hour that you should have more conversations with these other folks and that your plan should be informed by the feedback by those other folks that we recommended. So can you just kind of clarify that for me?
Commissioner Canales?
Yes, thank you for that question. And did you watch the last meeting? How about the meeting before? Well, because my concern with it is it hasn't just been this last hour, and that if we don't take an action now, there's some deadlines in the global action plan. You know that yeah, that I think for me that's what the concern is, and also because we have been asking to be a part. If you know if. From not just even the last meeting, even before when this all started, even when Sean Garcia Lays was a commissioner, you know, asking questions, asking what's been created and going back to that. And I think that this motion is very important. It's very relevant to the questions that we've been trying to get answered. And it's also relevant to some of the deadlines that are incorporated in this global action plan. It's also very relevant to the feedback that we've gotten from the youth, their own concerns, their own fear, their own anxiety, that they know that there's something that's going to uproot them at any time, you know, should the community or the stakeholders or the people, the partners come together. And if you'll see, you know, right here in the Leadership Summit and who the partners are, with the exclusion of other stakeholders, I think that this motion is very important. But I don't want to speak for Commissioner Kakani, but just having seen the process over the last 6 months even, I think that it's very important that we implement some sort of motion in regards to this.
Commissioner Kakani?
Yeah, and I can just add what I hear from Ms. Roman is a lot of possibly, could be, we will, without any specifics. And I think part of what at least I have experienced and what I've heard the public, including the union, including impacted folks, including folks providing programming, is a real lack of trust. And the way this plan was presented, which was literally at the 11th hour, where it was agendized by the board. Obviously, the motion was from 2023, and then it was placed again on the agenda in February. Folks were waiting for a plan at the 11th hour, the night before this plan dropped. there was a presentation where it was clear that there actually had been no consultation, that there actually had been next to zero conversation with both county departments that would be impacted, with programming, with the union, with anyone. And again, that's why there was a motion that was passed on Tuesday of this week saying, essentially slow your roll, because you are doing this without the approval or without the buy-in of anyone. And so I think as a Probation Oversight Commission, we have a responsibility to be responsive to the folks who are most impacted by this. And we have a history of dealing with a chief. Again, I don't even want to say a department because it really does feel centered around this chief who kind of moves without the buy-in of anyone. And so I think without trust, yes, we can say all of these things, we can hear all of these things that again feel very vague to me. A lot of possibly maybe could be explore potentially, which doesn't feel concrete enough to me. And so that's why this motion feels important.
And Commissioner Prater, I think if I hear the motion, it's just giving our recommendation of what we think of the current plan. And I'm not sure how it would impede the process. They're still going to have their meetings. They're just going to have a little bit of the backing from this group if it approves it. But the process is going to continue, whether or not we make this motion and approve this motion.
Can you just repeat? There are 3 items in that motion. Can you just one more time, just underline that for me?
I'll let the author of it do it.
Okay. Oh, I'll do my best. But Wendy, if you wrote down what
Oh,
I said,
well,
then
you
that's
can.
probably more reliable.
I'll let the co-author.
Okay. I am neither the author nor the co-author for the record. I'm just the note taker. The motion is that in acknowledgement of alignment, the POC makes a recommendation to the chief and the board of supervisors that A, girls and gender expansive youth not be moved to Camp Vernon Kilpatrick, B, Kilpatrick not close as an FSYTF step down, and C, the department not close Camp Page.
Yes.
Yes.
And so that I guess that's where the rub for me is that the recommendation is sort of like, I wonder, does it undermine sort of like the conversation? That's like if we're saying, if we've already arrived at the conclusion, then what really is the point of the conversations? I guess that's what I'm like. If that plan, if what this motion is recommending is that those 3 things not happen, right? And if those 3 things were proposed in the global plan, absent of the conversations with all the different stakeholders, et cetera, if we are then asking for those conversations that did not happen to now happen, then like I think that there's an open question about like what the recommendation will be after that. So you know what I'm saying? So I kind of feel like if we're making the recommendation that a thing not happen prior to the conversations happening, feels a bit like, should we give that some more time and space? That's what I'm saying. So like if the recommendation were to me, or the motion were to say, well, I want to understand, at least this is from my perspective, right? That conversations need to be had, which is why I asked the question earlier, who are the folks that you're going to be engaging in these conversations with? Will that list be made public? Will there be an opportunity for all the folks who want to sort of opine and to give feedback, et cetera? Will they have an opportunity to sort of figure out where can I join that meeting? Where will it take place and when, right? And then I asked about the deadline. So when, given that there is a June 1st deadline for one of the action items in the plan, so then when will these conversations then conclude, right? And so I think I want to understand that better if we have been saying, again, these conversations haven't been taking place. This plan was uninformed by all the appropriate and people who need to be at the table. They weren't there. And then now this recommendation says that, well, we're recommending that these things not happen. I'm wondering if through conversations that we've been asking to take place, will a different version or will we decide, I don't know, the folks who are in part of the conversation say, well, maybe we should move our girls and gender expansive youth to Kilpatrick. I know that may not be a popular choice now, but I wonder if through a series of conversations, will that still be the wisdom? I don't know, but I think that's an open question, which is why I had questions about the particular motion. So I yield. I don't want to take up any more oxygen in this space.
Commissioner Meredith.
I agree wholeheartedly with what he's saying. I also understand. I'm not saying I disagree with those three concepts.
I want to just say, I agree with you. I'm
Yeah.
not saying I disagree.
Yeah.
with you.
Well, I agree with the concepts. I disagree with we need the process to go a little more open and candid before we make a solid recommendation. That's my point of view.
Commissioner Harris.
I think it frames the conversation in a different way to say, to have the chief be open to asking the question, where should the girls and gender expansive youth go, instead of saying, they're going to Kilpatrick, let's make some small adjustments so that it's palatable to people, because I don't think we're going to get there with that, right? I think that that's what the motion, to me, the motion says, let's actually have a broader conversation. Where should the SYTF youth be? What should that look like, right? What should it look like for girls and gender expansive youth? Let's look at all of the available facilities. Let's look at, Page and who is there and where they can be, those youth can be treated and served if it closes. So I think it actually expands the conversation and doesn't limit it to, we're just going to get your input on what our plan is. The word rubber stamping was used earlier, and this feels like a way to ensure that this process is not rubber stamping, which it feels very much like it's headed down that path.
Maybe now we can give the public an opportunity to weigh in and see what they have to say. Wendy, do we have any live or written public comment?
We have a lot of written public comment on this agenda item attached to the agenda. If you'd like to make written comment, you can send an email to info@poc.lacounty.gov. And if we get it before 5 p.m. today, it will be attached to the official record. We'll start with public comments in the room. You can just get up and make a line behind Kent if you want. If you want to make a public comment on WebEx, use the little raise your hand function, or if you're on the phone, dial *3. And you cannot make public comment if you're on YouTube. You need to switch over to the WebEx. If you need the link for that, you can find it on our website. Just go to the agenda. It's at the top of the agenda. You'll have 2 minutes. I'm going to set the timer on my phone, and please stop talking when the timer goes off. You can begin, Ken.
Good morning, Commission. Ken Mendoza with ARC, Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I'll keep it short, but I agree with the motion by Commissioner Kakani. I think that we shouldn't. It's not smart to try to move young girls into Campus Kilpatrick, where it's already a facility has already kind of created itself, and it's really helping a lot of young people. I don't think we should move young people back to Barry J. Juvenile Hall. I think they're just moving everybody around, and it's not safe. It's not smart. It's gonna put people in more unsafe environments for both staff and youth, and you're disturbing their programming and their face or wherever they're at. So I think I agree with the motion, and I just hope that this commission pushes more on the probation chief and the BOS to really have more inclusion and transparency around all of these processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Bell.
Good morning. I'm Thomas Bell, Camp Vice President, Local 685. I just want to say hello, Ms. Roman. Congratulations on your position. I feel like you're going to do an excellent job. As far as the global plan, I think the chief, like she said last meeting, that he asked for more input. If we have input, that we could give it to him. I think the chief is in a position right now to where he has the POC, unions, and CBOs willing to get together and come up with ideas for his global plan to help it, to make it better. Because we all come together. We all don't agree with it. Moving the girls to Kilpatrick and just messing up what the young men have going on up there, that's not going to work. Closing Camp Page and making these youth stay in the halls longer, that's not going to work. So the chief, I agree with this motion. I agree with Ms. Kanani with this motion that we need to put a pause on this right now. Let us sit down. Let us keep talking. We had one meeting, and it was our first one. A little, but we're gonna get it together, and we're gonna make it happen. And the chief need to put a pause on the plans right now, and let us come up with some ideas that we could present to him. So when he goes to the Board of Supervisors again, it won't be, oh, these are my ideas. It'd be, these are the ideas of the line officers, these are the ideas of the CBOs, and these are the ideas of the POC. I think that'll come off as a stronger message. So let's go ahead and pass this motion and let's plan together.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Pettis.
Good morning, Deputy Probation Officer 2 Pettis. As I stand here this morning as a DPO, there's a DPO at my cubicle doing my job on overtime. According to Deanna Carlisle, there are over 600 DPO2s are on home accommodations. The DPO2s are completely capable of doing their assigned jobs. And we're talking about the global plan. Last week, Chair Mundo challenged probation to call field offices and find out how many DPOs were in the office. At that time, the DPOs were either in Los Padrinos or they were at home. Because the officers at home, probation pays overtime to get the job done. This is a problem. Now let's look at the solution. If a female gets a restraining order against her mate, she is told to contact local law enforcement. At that time, the sheriff instructs that lady to call the mate's probation officer. The probation officer is unable to be contacted. I'm gonna give you a very small snippet of what probation officer 2s do. We provide services, housing, drug, alcohol treatment, psychiatric care, reuniting families, restraining orders, high school diploma, employment opportunities. I'm saying let's make our community safe. We don't have the POs to even respond to anything that these probationers need and all those services that we provide. And what I'm asking is very simple, it's reasonable, and can be done today. Order DPO2 field officers that are at home back to their office by Monday, April 7th, 2025. And just like officers were ordered to go home, they can order to be returned. It's going to save money and save lives. And once I give Mr. Smythe's presentation, I'll show you how that will save money.
Thank you. Good morning, Helen.
Good morning, Helen Eigenberg. I just want to say that I support Commissioner Kakani's motion this morning. I have sat in numerous meetings now at the Board of Supervisors, at the cluster safety meetings here at POCs, and we have continually asked the chief to please include the groups that Dolores is so sorry, I can't call you Dolores. But to ask for those groups to be included, and they haven't been. And Ms. Roman, I need you to hear. And I need you to, I'm begging you to go back to the chief. These groups that everyone is talking about need to be included. The supervisors, Horvath's motion last week, or last Tuesday, put his hold on this. We are begging for the chief to hear us. We are on the precipice, and it feels like there's no trust here. And that's his own making, I'm sorry to say. That is his making. So it's got to happen now, or we're going to end up all going, oh my God, this has happened again. We're on the precipice. We could be the North Star in what healthy juvenile, rehabilitation looks like. They are our youth, and we are charged with their care. And we need the chief to include these groups. And I beg you to get them on the calendar and hear these groups. Thank you.
Good morning, Lena. You can start.
Thank you. Lena Mallett with the Children's Defense Fund. And Layup, your assertion that youth are the priority felt deeply disingenuous to me. Youth were not the priority when the department allowed them to sit in facilities found unsuitable for the majority of the last 3 years. Youth were not the priority when documentation falsified their access to programming. They were not the priority when they were left to urinate in their cells, when they were withheld basic access to education and adequate mental health services, restricted from accessing fresh air, sunlight, when they were banned from hugging their mothers who came to visit them. Youth have not been this department's priority, and they certainly were not the priority when this plan was drafted in isolation of all of their most basic needs. Volume 2 of the facilities plan made clear that each facility would have its own respective work group. So it's concerning to me that the department has already collapsed those work groups into one amorphous conglomerate of folks. DYD's plan, or DYD's email following the release of Volume 2 facilities plan made clear that the document flattened any opposition or concerns that were raised at the summit and also falsified a sense of unanimous support amongst the departments that were even present. Further, it completely misrepresented the extent to which departments even volunteered capacity to support certain implementation and engagement efforts like community outreach. This department cannot be trusted to facilitate any kind of meaningful process that would result in true community or stakeholder feedback, let alone implementation of that feedback. For these reasons, and because we know young people have highlighted these same sentiments, I'm in strong support of Commissioner Kakani's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Okay, we're going to go to online speakers. We have a few. We'll start with Adrina. Adrina, we're going to unmute you.
Hello.
Yeah, you can begin.
Okay. What's frustrating to me is that the representative for probation is unable to answer very important questions. I understand that she's new and needs time to catch up on meetings and conversations. It's just unprofessional that she's supposed to represent the department, but is unprepared and simply says she doesn't know to a lot of. There's a saying, as far as the planning go, the global planning, there's a saying that it goes, knowledge without practice is useless and practice without knowledge is dangerous. So I kind of want to also implement that, because just based off the conversation and based off everything that's been said, it just seems like what the department is, going to do, and the plans, it just seems like something very dangerous. And then just, the fact that they don't know and can't answer a lot of the questions is even more concerning. So I think we had to maybe, redo it, regroup, everything. It's just that's just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Stacy. Stacy, you may need to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes, you can begin.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to say how glad I am that we have a Probation Oversight Commission. I have two questions about the global plan. One, whether the plan has been discussed with the monitor overseeing the stipulated judgment between the state and the probation department. And the second one is, presumably there are population projections that underlie the global plan. I mean, that would be a basic building block, I think, of a global plan. And my question is whether those contemplate regular reviews of each member of the existing population to consider whether they could be placed outside of these facilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stacy. We'll go next to Paloma Serna.
Hello.
Yes, good morning. You can begin.
My name is Paloma Serna. I'm the mother of Elisa Serna, who died in custody November 11, 2019 at the Las Colinas Jail in San Diego County. I'm also with North County Equity and Justice Coalition and Saving Lives in Custody, California. I agree with the Commissioner Kakani. This decision is a big decision. It needs to be on pause. More community members need to be involved in decision. The board needs to be involved, and it's an excuse for the new spokesperson to come into a meeting not having any information or answers for the community and for the board. It's an excuse, which I've seen it happen in San Diego as a delay. And but the one thing that she did know for sure was her chief could do whatever he wants, and that is the attitude that, and I'm sure her boss is going to speak to her regarding that statement. But it is the attitude and culture of LA County, but also San Diego County and throughout California and in our nation. And it's a shame that we have to attend these meetings to hear the frustration of the commissioners and and the community. We need, these are our children lives, and they depend on us adults. So let's continue to support them and guide them and provide them with the resource so they could be successful adults. So please, let's not move on this. We need a more interaction with the probation in these meetings. We should demand to be in those meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Tanya Ibanez. Oop. Tanya, can you unmute yourself? Tanya, I think we can hear you.
You can?
Yes, you can begin.
Okay. Thank you. I also support Ms. Kahani's motion. I just wanted to express my disappointment. I just feel like this global plan seems to have just been jammed down everyone's throat at the last minute, including the Board of Supervisors. And I'm just very disappointed on how the plan was given to even the Board of Supervisors on such short notice. In the motion dated, I guess, April 1st, I mean, the department admits that the plan did not consider staffing changes for the Department of Health Services or the Department of Mental Health. And while the Board of Supervisors proposed motion states that the department will need to discuss changes, material changes in the facilities with the Board of Supervisors, I'm concerned that material changes is really not defined. And then while the motion dated April 1st also discussed how the probation is directed to consult with the Department of Health Services, the Department of Mental Health, and the Department of Public Health, and the Department of Youth Development, and the Los Angeles County of Office Education, and any other appropriate county stakeholders, it's notable, very notable, that the Probation Oversight Committee is not included in the list of stakeholders that should be consulted. And so I find this very disappointing, not only that this motion didn't even, name the board, the Probation Oversight Committee, but I'm also disappointed that this has been such a quick thing. And it just looks, again, it's business as usual. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Next up, we have, I'm sorry, Tanya, thank you. Call-in user number 8. Your number starts with 323552. 323552. You'll need to dial *6 to unmute yourself. We've unmuted you on our side. Call-in user number 8, 323552. Okay, we're going to go on to the next speaker, Deanna Pittman.
Hi, good morning. My name is Deanna Pittman, and I'm with the Young Women's Freedom Center. We work with the very girls and gender-expansive youth that probation's global plan is proposing to move to Camp Kilpatrick. To date, we've seen this commission, we've seen DYD, the JJRBG, probation officers, parents, advocates, all agree on one thing.
Deanna, I think you may have muted yourself. She dropped. Okay.
Can y'all hear me?
We can. Yes, you can proceed.
Okay. So DYD, the JJRBG, this commission, members from the Board of Supervisors, community, parents, we all agree that moving girls far off into the Malibu Hills is going to be a mistake. This department has shared that better programming in the long run is the goal, but that's absurd. The goal should be freedom. The goal should be reintegrating our youth back into their communities. And how is this going to happen when parents, attorneys, providers are going to have a hard time reaching youth all the way in Malibu? I support Commissioner Kakani's motion, and I also want to thank Commissioner Canales for uplifting something that gets lost in these conversations, and that's the humanity of the young people that are at the heart of this plan. This plan is unacceptable. It cannot pass as is, and we have to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go next to Esther.
Good morning. My name is Esther. I'm one of the CBOs that's been serving at Los Pedrinos Juvenile Hall, and we're a mentor for change. We are also in agreement with the recommendation to put a pause on this global plan. We don't believe that it serves the community's vision to help young people to be restored. And we've also noticed that any changes that are happening in staffing, um, they cause disruption to the programming that CBOs are doing and other community partners are doing to actually help bring restoration, repair, hope, and peace to the young people at Los Padrinos. And because all the CBOs are providing programming, they built relationships with the probation staff. But as probation staff are changing in a very abrupt manner, one week they're there and the next week they are literally gone. That creates disruption for our ability as a team to go into the camp to provide, or sorry, to go into Los Perdinos to provide programming. And this programming is really about building relationships with young people so that they can create peace for themselves and they can make better choices and they can receive the support and care to be able to move forward with their lives and to imagine better possibilities for themselves and to equip themselves. And so we would ask, raise the question, what is the plan going forward to be able to retain these relationships so that it does not cause disruption to the programming that CBOs provide to equip young people and support them? Thank you.
Thank you. So we have one final public comment. It's from call-in user number 8. Please dial *6 to unmute yourself.
This is Luke.
Oh, you can begin. Thank you. Can you hear us? Try dialing *6 on your phone again and see if we can get your voice. You're unmuted on our side. You may need to dial *6 to unmute yourself. Okay, I think we'll go back to.
Okay, sorry about that. So commissioners, last comments and concerns, Commissioner Terry, followed by Commissioner Canales, followed by Commissioner Ship.
I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to clarify, you might have already said this. Has depopulation already started happening at Camp Page?
We haven't moved any youth out of Camp Page at this time.
Okay, is there, I don't know how that works, but is any of that in the works? Because I guess what I'm trying to understand is how does that impact our motion, or how would our motion impact that? Like, are young people going to kind of start to be removed, staff reassigned, all of that anyway?
At this moment, we haven't moved any staff or depopulated the camp. We have stopped intake to the camp, which just means we're not sending any other youth into the camp.
And today's pop sheet, there are currently 20 assigned at Camp Page.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to ask, are you aware that under Chief Deputy Epps, the detention actually increased, the youth detention? Are you aware of those numbers?
I haven't specifically looked at numbers that occurred under Chief Deputy Epps specifically, no.
Okay, and then also for part of the Global Action Plan, are you aware that some of your own probation, they have a plan to utilize CDP more and actually decrease youth incarceration? So therefore, they can better care for the youth that will, need to be in the facilities until something else is figured out. But they also have a plan, a CDP plan. And I was wondering if you're aware of that, or if you've interacted with any of these probation staff that have that sort of plan.
I am aware. I believe that Ms. Epps actually spoke about CDP here.
Okay. And then I just wanted to comment that I think this motion is also so important, because while it does mention, Internal Services Department and Department of Public Works supporting the facility plans, and it does mention that there will be, advocates. This is what we've been being told for months. So I think with the report back date of May 20th, and our next date is May 8th, I think this motion is so important, detrimental, especially with the dates that are upcoming, that we move forward now with this motion. Thank you.
For me, I'm thinking about wanting to amend the motion. I think we should amend the motion to, and I know we've voted on expanding that Kilpatrick inside of our recommendations once, but I think we need to stamp it again, because obviously the memo hasn't been heard that Camp Kilpatrick needs to be expanded. So I think in our recommendations that I also want to amend it to add expanding the services that Campus Kilpatrick offers, and even like replicating it at other camps. I think even though we have voted on it, I think it just the memo hasn't been come across, especially with this global plan that we're looking at. So I would like to amend the motion to add that.
Commissioner Kokani?
So we're going to have to.
I'm
open-
sorry to interrupt you. Commissioner Canales, do you agree to that amendment?
Yes, can you read it in full for me of how it would, it sounds great though, just to make sure how it's going to sound.
Commissioner Shipp, do you want to, so the B in the motion about Campus Vernon Kilpatrick not closing as an SYTF, what I'm hearing is that you say expand Campus Vernon Kilpatrick. Do you want to say more about what you mean by the word expand? Is that what you're asking, Commissioner Canales?
Yeah. So actually just try to have more youth there, right? Like I said, like some youth wait 5 months to a year to go to Campus Kilpatrick, and they meet all the requirements to go, but they're at the time they only serve around 20 youth, and so some of them are waiting 5 months to a year, and it becomes hard because they revert back to their old ways when they're waiting that long.
Thank you. And I'm looking at Dr. Gongora in the back. I think what you were referring to, Commissioner Shipp, about the POC already voting on this is that it was one of the explicit recommendations in the Campus Kilpatrick inspection report from 2024. I believe it read full utilization of Campus Kilpatrick. I'm seeing shaking head. So I think that's what you're referring to in terms of the previous vote.
Exactly.
I wanted to add an amendment as well, that no young people be moved from Camp Page as well, that there would not be any shifting in the population so that people aren't removed and then it makes it moot because there's no young people there anyways.
Commissioner Kokani?
No objection.
Commissioner Canales?
I second, no objections.
So I think we have to go back to public comment. Yes. All right. So we now have a motion on the floor that is, I'll read it back. It says, given alignment, the POC's recommendation to the Chief of Probation and the Board of Supervisors is A, that girls and gender expansive youth not be moved to Campus Vernon Kilpatrick, that Kilpatrick not close as an SYTF with a friendly amendment to expand the number of youth at Kilpatrick, and that Camp Page not be closed with a friendly amendment that no young people be moved out of Camp Page. So we'll need to, again, ask for public comment on that motion. If there's anyone in the room that wants to comment on that motion with amendments, or anyone online who wishes to do so. Thank you.
Please make sure that your comments are specifically to this motion and these amendments.
They are, sir.
Go ahead.
On Campus Kilpatrick, I'm looking for not be for the females. One, you have to retrofit the facility. It's far from families to visit. It's difficult for some providers to render services in Malibu. and it appears to be making room to incarcerate more females, and it fails to reduce the total population.
Thank you.
Okay, we have no online public comments. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, Helen. Go ahead. Trying to do two things at a time.
Hi, Helen Eigenberg. I just want to support the two amendments that you both just brought up. I think it's great and it makes sense to not, in this middle time, be taking anyone out of Page. And we should always be filling Kilpatrick as because it's such a North Star, having as many youth there as we can. So thank you.
Thank you. No others? Okay. Pineda? Online comment, Pineda? I think that's maybe your last name.
The population
Yes.
of Kilpatrick.
Okay, can you begin again, please?
On the issue of raising the population of Kilpatrick beyond the 20, isn't that a board mandated limit placed on the camp because of the community community input in the area around that has limited that population to 20?
Okay, is that the end of your public comment? All right. No further comments.
Okay, with no further comments, Wendy, would you please facilitate the vote on the motion?
Okay, does anyone need me to read the motion again? Okay, the motion is given alignment, the Probation Oversight Commission's recommendation to the Chief of Probation and the Board of Supervisors is that A, girls and gender expansive youth not be moved to Campus Kilpatrick, that Campus Kilpatrick not close as an SYTF, and that we expand the number of youth, that Camp Joseph Page not be closed, and that no young people moved out of Camp Joseph Page during this time. Okay. You may vote yes, no, or abstain. Commissioner Canales?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson is absent. Commissioner Kakani?
Yes.
Commissioner Meredith?
Yes.
Commissioner Prater?
Abstain.
Commissioner Ship?
Yes.
Commissioner Terry?
Yes.
And Commissioner Mundo?
Yes.
With a vote of 7-0 with one abstention, the motion passes.
Okay. With that, this item comes to a close. Again, I'd like to thank Mr. Bao and Stacy Ford at 685 for hosting us and expanding this discussion. So thank you. We will now move. Oh, my
As
time's
your
up.
time is up. Sorry about that.
Why does it seem so long when they're talking and when I talk, it doesn't? For item 4, we will discuss and take possible action on presentation by the Los Angeles County Probation Department on its budget for the current year and the proposed budget for next year. Probation's Administrative Deputy Robert Smythe is here to present on this item. I want to thank him for submitting his presentation so early. It gave commissioners a chance to thoroughly review it, and I believe will make this a much more fruitful discussion. Administrative Deputy, Mr. Smith, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. And I think we have a PowerPoint. They're going to pop up on here. Hopefully. If you don't mind, I'm going to stand up so I can see everybody.
Sure. The PowerPoint and all of the documents that Mr. Smythe will be referring to are attached to the agenda.
I can do it without, but I'd rather them see it.
It's going to work. Have faith.
Almost like you're hosting the Oscars there.
While we're waiting for that, this PowerPoint comes together because of some really talented people that work with me. So I really appreciate them. So look into the camera and say, thank you very much. They know who they are, and I won't name their names because they get embarrassed when I say that. So thank you, everybody. So fiscal, budget, IT, HR, facilities, contracts, grants. Thank you. All right. I didn't intend to look at myself up there. Thank you for asking for a budget presentation. And I hope that what I provide is what you would like to see. or what you'd like to hear. Any questions, please ask. Happy to answer them for you. I know the budget's a big document. I was asked to clarify the size of some of the numbers. So just so you know, $1 billion is a 10-digit number, a number with 9 zeros or 9 something behind it. So this is me. I'm over the things that I just mentioned in the camera, and thank you again to all the great people I work with. And if we can go to the next slide, we'll really get started here. The plan is to start big picture, like high level, and then do a little bit more granular dive into that. I will try not to talk like an accountant. I always say that. I will not try not to use accounting words, but when I do, I'll define what they are. So with that, we'll get started. Probation has a budget of $1.146 billion. That's the number at the bottom of the column there. So those numbers with the decimal point, those you have to add a lot of zeros to them. So the 1.146 billion is the bottom of the column. And again, that would have, let's see, that would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 digits after the decimal point. Each one of those would have 6 digits after the decimal point. That's what we're looking at here. Yep, I hope I got that right. So that's a lot of money. The money is divided into 5 what we call budget units. Okay, you can think of them as buckets of money. The 5 budget units are on the table there, and I'll go through each one of them briefly, but if you want more detail, I'm happy to do that. I'm talking to both the audience and to you. So if you want more detail, please ask. So care of court wards, that's $800,000. So the 0.8 is $800,000. That is the money that pays for kids in group home, foster home, out of care facilities, that sort of thing. So that's what that is. That's the smallest of the 5 budget units. And these are not in any particular order. The support budget unit, that's me. That is all the people who provide the administrative support. There's a portion of that that's not under my jurisdiction, so to speak, under my organizational hierarchy. System Accountability Bureau, there's things like internal affairs, the office of the chief, all those sorts of things. Those are all within that amount of money. That's $198 million. Okay. The third one down is juvenile institution services. This is the one with the most questions usually, and the biggest focus of this group here. That is the halls and camps and anything else that supports halls and camps. I think transportation's in there, possibly camp community transition programs in there. I'm not sure which of those in the field and which of those is still an institution's budget unit. But that is the amount of money, the $452 million. That is the amount that supports the halls and camps. Okay. The fourth one down, it says field, $376 million. That's a combination of both adult and juvenile field. Okay. And the final one, it says special, that's juvenile special. What that is, those are kids primarily, that's some money that's spent on kids in placement or at risk of going to placement or foster care of some kind. So that's what that is for. So those are probation officers and their teams that help those kids hopefully find a relative caregiver or a suitable place to go when they don't otherwise have a place to go. That's what that's for. Total, as I mentioned, $1.146 billion. When people say, how big is probation's budget? In my mind, what you're asking is, how much is the appropriation? All right, the budget or appropriation, we can use those words interchangeably. The reason I say appropriation is we can't spend a dime unless the Board of Supervisors authorizes it. So everything we spend is within that. The authorization of the elected body of a government, whatever that body is, it could be a county board, a city council, a state legislature, that's called appropriation authority. When they approve the budget, they have appropriated the money to us, which gives us the authority to spend. So without that, we can't spend, we can't hire, that sort of thing. They also approve the amount of positions that we have and the specific titles of those positions. So all of that is part of the budget process or the board process. So when we want new positions or to change positions, we have to go back to the board to get those changed. That's the board's authority. I don't have the authority. You elected them, not me. So I am a delegate of theirs, so to speak, to provide that authority. So if we can go to the next slide, there's 12 slides with any meat on them here, so it won't take too long. Second one, now I'm getting more granular. This is where the money, this is how it's divided up in terms of the resources that we get. The blue portion of the pie, so to speak, the circle, that is NCC, means net county cost. Some people call that general fund dollars, which is correct. So that's the general fund money that goes, local taxpayer resources generally, that goes towards support of probation. It's roughly, I wrote the percentage down because I can't do it in my head. Of course, I'm on the wrong page. I think it's about 2/3. I don't need to look at that, something like that. So approximately 1/3 revenue and 2/3 net county cost. Where does the revenue come from? The revenue is primarily from the state, and I got a slide coming up in a minute about that. Primarily state revenues that come in. You hear some of the acronyms like JJCPA, JJRBG, AB 109, SB 678. Those are all revenue sources that come into the county. It doesn't all go to probation, but it comes in through the county and then goes to whatever department uses it. Could be us, could be mental health, could be health services, and so on. LACO is a separate budget, by the way. LACO is not part of the county budget. They're a separate budget unit. So any services LACO provides, that goes through them, and that goes through their board. Right. So that's our reason. Oh, I have the percentages up there. Dumb me, I didn't see that. So 63 and 37, 63% net county costs, general fund, 37% revenues. And the next slide, please. I don't know who's switching them, but thank you. All right, here's the revenue. This isn't all of it. I just provided a sample. And by the way, some of these slides are things that I provided in 2022. I was here talking to this group then. So I took the same slides and just updated them. That's how we got to here. So this is one of them. AB 109 is adult revenue, comes from the state. That's for what Jerry Brown, when he was governor, this happened back when he was governor, said these are the non-sexual offenders, non-violent offenders, that sort of thing. And this was to help keep people out of state prisons and keep them either held locally or in the community locally to reduce state prison costs and provide a better option for housing or detaining these folks. JPF, that means juvenile probation funding. That also is state revenue. That goes to juvenile facilities, halls and camps. So we use that for any cost that is incurred in halls and camps. Could be people, could be facility needs, could be utilities, could be to mow the lawn, whatever it is, that's what that's for. And again, this is not everything. SB 678 is also a state revenue source. That was passed, I think, in 2011. And that is adult realignment that provided additional funding. And this is also for people who need, for example, housing or any alternative to keep them out of incarceration. It's also meant to stop the cycling of people through the jails and prison system who maybe have some other issues, such as experiencing homelessness, experiencing mental health issues, experiencing drug addiction, that sort of thing. So AB 109 and SB 678 are both adult revenue sources that go to pay for primarily keeping people out of prison and finding alternatives to incarceration, or if it is incarceration, the least restrictive incarceration. So that's what that's all about. YOBG, Youthful Offender Block Grant, again, state. That primarily goes to our people in camps, and these are primarily for services for kids who are higher risk and possibly have mental health or mental health disorder. And this was funding that was provided years ago by the state and continues to be provided year after year in order to keep kids out of DJJ facilities, back when DJJ was open. That funding keeps coming to keep servicing those kids with the special needs they have. Originally, it funded people who had a master's in social work or some other specialization in mental health care, so they could provide that kind of care to the kids in our facilities who needed that kind of care. But that funding keeps coming. It was specialized up at Challenger. Challenger closed, so those services got spread among the other camps. So that's what YOBG is. The next two say Title IV-E, I'll take those together. That's partly federal money and partly state money. We just split it here so you can see the split, but it all comes as one check, so to speak. Most of these are grants that are provided to us based on some qualifying criteria by the state of California. These two are not. These are claim-based. That means we submit claims to get reimbursed for qualifying costs. It's not money that comes as a block. It's money that comes as you did something that qualifies for this, submit a claim, the state evaluates it and gives us the money. So we fill out times, DPOs, deputy probation officers, fill out time studies to get this. So that's what 4E is. People always ask me, well, I thought 4E went away. Well, there were two versions of Title 4E. One was Title 4E waiver. That went away about 2019 and 2020. It's spread over 2 fiscal years. This is what remains. This is the claim portion of it. The other one was provided as a grant to inspire innovative programs to help kids who needed help find a place to live or have an appropriate place to live, to keep them from going to facilities other than a relative caregiver. So that's what Title 4E is. There's about 7 qualifying services that we can provide that qualify for Title 4E that we can claim and get reimbursed for. And the last one I have up there is JJCPA. You see it starts with a decimal point, 0.85. That's the amount of money that probation gets. That is to pay for the people who administer the JJCPA program. And I'm going to talk more about JJCPA later. I just want you to know JJCPA's base allocation every year, or at least for the coming year and the last year, is about $27 to $27.5 million. You only see 0.85. I did that on purpose because that's all we get. You will see the 27 coming in. Yes.
JJRBG.
JJRBG I'm going to talk about too. I could have put that up here too.
Okay.
That's $52.5 million this year. It'll be $55 million in the coming year, starting July 1. So I was specifically asked, and I'm sorry I don't know all the names, by Mr. Ship about JJRBG and JJCP, not directly, but I heard you online, to talk about this. So that's why it's up there. So anyway, we get 0.85. That's for that's 0.85 of a million. So it's 850,000. That's what we do to administer it. $27.5 million plus the rollover funding from unspent monies from years ago. If you remember the audit report was like $100 million of rollover funds. This is in addition to that.
Sorry, so the 850,000 is just to administer the funds. It's not, because probation also gets dollars from that bucket too?
Probation, we provide some contracting, some vendor services. So there might be, I'm not positive, there might be some community-based organizations for which we are the ones soliciting their contracts. Most of it goes to either government agencies or community-based organizations. We are simply the pass-through.
Okay,
And that's what
unlike the JJRBG, where probation also is receiving allocations.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm sort of glancing, I'm not ignoring your question. I'm sort of touching it lightly because I'm going to touch it again on like the 11th or 12th slide. So you're going to see, because the specific question I was asked. So that is our, most of our revenue. JPCF is not up there. That's another one that comes from the state. That's also for camps and halls. That's, I don't think it's as much as 60 million like JPF, but it's, I don't know if it's 20, 30 million, something like that. So if we can move on to the next slide, please. I'll go as fast as you want or as slow as you want.
Well, let's move a little faster.
Okay, we'll move faster. Why is this slide here? I gave you this slide in 2022. I added 2 years to the top. This is because people in the audience rightfully say, probation's budget keeps growing, you're expanding your fiscal footprint. Well, it does expand, but almost all of it, if not all of it, expands because of increases in negotiated employee salaries and benefits. Employee salaries and benefits for our collective bargaining group, and we have non-represented people as well. As those grow, the county tends to fund those. So those come in. But as far as adding positions and adding funding, extra net county cost funding above and beyond benefit changes, that's not true. We're only expanding because basically of the cost of living of the salaries and benefits for our employees. Because as you can see, I put the position count right next to it. It shows you the number of positions is dropping. The average increase, and by the way, the total at the bottom is wrong. There's 2 typos on this, and I'll point them out when we get to them. That's one of them. It should be 2.89. So the average increase year over year over year over there's 12 years shown. So the 11, comparing 11 years in a row, because compared to one to the next, is 2.89%. The average consumer price index is about 0.1% different than that. So our budget has increased by approximately the same number as the consumer price index over those same 12 years. And again, 11 changes over 12 years.
Oh, really quickly, of those department positions, the 5,518, how many are vacant?
About 1,600.
Okay, and do you
Approximately.
have that, maybe not today, but within the next day or two, like where those vacancies live? Is it all DPO, DSO, admin? It would just be helpful to know.
Yeah, I got a lot of questions yesterday from this group, and I tried to answer as many as I could. The HR questions I couldn't answer right away. Some of them I got while I was sitting right there. That's how I know the 1,600. It's not like I just know this stuff. So we're working on getting that. There's some talented people getting that. So that's why I use approximate numbers. Anyway, this is just to show the growth in our budget year after year after year. So if we can go on to the next slide, unless any questions. All right, I was asked, what did you request in the upcoming budget for the fiscal year that starts July 1, 3-4 months from now? There are 2 pages of this. This first page is what we requested. The second page is what we call ministerial changes, and I'll define that later. First thing is, you see no money, safety and security specialists. We asked for ordinance authority, that's the authority to hire additional safety and security specialists, bringing the total number we have to 55. I believe right now we have about 25 approximately. Safety and security specialists are the people who handle the front door screening at the 2 large facilities, Barry J and LP. And they're the people that provide perimeter security and some other services as well, but primarily those are their 2 functions. So they're the ones intervening or trying to prevent any effort to bring contraband over the wall or through the front door. So they screen everyone that comes through, run the metal detectors, run the baggage screeners, that sort of thing, and patrol the outsides as well as having post positions on the outside so people can't come and toss stuff over or use a drone to bring something over.
That's what they're doing. We don't need any money because the money was given to us a few years ago in order to pay for safety and security specialists. And and they work part-time. They're hourly paid people. There's enough money there that we don't need additional money. We just need the authority to hire. And that's what we're asking for, more part-time people. And most of those people are retired law enforcement of some kind. JGRBG administration, we are asking for 7 positions. I'll get to more detail JGRBG in a little bit. We're asking for 7 positions to administer the JGRBG program. You must say, why would you need those? I'll define them all. By the way, JGRBG is going to be $55 million starting July 1 annually. That's the annual for the coming fiscal year. It's 52 or 52 and a half this year, plus any rollover funding, which the total last year, according to the state auditor, was 81 million. It actually was a little less than that, but that's the number that they came up with. So there's a lot of money there. That is to provide 2 people to do accounting work for $55 million and 5 people, 4 program analysts and 1 supervising program analyst to provide oversight of the JGRBG services that are provided to SYTF youth. Right? So they're going to do the things like making sure the courses happen when they're supposed to happen, making sure the courses deliver with fidelity to the model, as they say, so the plan delivered is actually what was envisioned, make sure we keep rosters so we're auditable, they will write scopes of work for future contracts, and on and on and on. They will report to the SYTF Bureau, so they primarily will be working on services and verification of services at Barry J. That's what they are. Hard to recruit positions, we are restructuring the classification, the titles of some positions. Almost all this is in admin. Our positions in admin are a conglomeration of stuff that's accumulated over many, many years. They don't match commensurate positions in other county departments. Why is that a problem? Because we can't recruit people effectively. For example, our budget positions, we have this oddball position that is unique to probation, that is difficult to recruit for, and those people lack a clear career path up or out. We trade positions with other budget. We steal positions, people from other county departments, and they steal from us. But that provides a career path for people to bounce around between departments, and we all benefit from the cross-pollination of expertise in places like budget. This also includes procurement, includes payroll. So there's a number of items in there. All this is to align those positions to make sure the classification matches the job they actually do. Okay, so we have some weird, and you see there's no money. We're self-funding all this. If we need extra money, we will delete vacancies, cash them in, so to speak, to pay for this. Everything on here is self-funded except the one at the bottom. Okay. 4 is workers' compensation. We had an 11% increase in our workers' compensation costs. We have to pay for that. So we asked for funding. We were going to offset this with revenue. We cannot offset it with revenue, so we're going to offset it by cutting positions. So we take the salary savings from vacancies to pay for that, and you're going to see that on a later slide, so I'll touch that again later. ODR funding for the FIST program. FIST stands for Felony Incompetent to Stand Trial. This is simply recognition of money rolling over from one year to the next. You don't see any numbers there because it's simply an administrative process to move that money from the existing first fiscal year to the next one effective July 1. It's simply a legal process we have to do to move that money from one year to the next. I think this grant runs out in 2027. So it's just the money keeps rolling forward. BSCC Mobile Probation Service, same thing. It's a grant that we got from the BSCC to pay for 7 vans to provide mobile services primarily for outreach to probationers who can't come to probation offices. For example, people experiencing homelessness. So we will go outreach to them. It also makes it so we can deliver services to our clients so they don't have to leave their job during the day to come check in with the probation officer. 7 vans have already been purchased. There's a little money left over. Again, rolling it over from one year to the next to provide the technology inside those vans. The vans are already ordered. The technology is all that's left. I think there's like $163,000 left over in the grant. The grant was, I don't know how many million, 3-4 million to pay for the vans. The last one, CEO Lean Capital Project. CEO wants to transfer a function to us. That function is to manage the capital project accounting for complex building projects. So if they're going to transfer it to us, we want positions to back it up to do the work. So we're working with them either to transfer positions from them or put new positions in. I think that number of four positions is going to drop, possibly to 1, which will make it better for the county as a whole. And what they do versus what we do, we're working that out to make this lesser of a budget impact. The next slide, please, is the ministerial changes. What are ministerial changes? They're basically just accounting needs where the board has to approve something, but it really has no effect on positions or funding all that much. The first 2 are costs for retirement. The first 2 are actually first I'm sorry. First one is negotiated salaries, number one. Number two and number three and number four are costs to keep funding their pension retirement and the health care for those pensioners in LACERA. LACERA is the county retirement board. Right? County departments have to pay for that themselves. So we contribute to an overall pool, which then the money goes from the county to LACERA. LACERA is a fiduciary that handles the retirement, and we then have to keep that fully funded. The pension fund must be funded legally. And that comes from the county. That's what we do. So county runs its own retirement system. So that's what those 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, and 4 are. Number one is negotiated salary increases. Number 5 is carryover funding that was deleted. This is for home-like improvements for our facilities. We got one-time funding to provide home-like improvements in certain facilities. Those projects, I think most of this is at Barry J. Those projects are primarily done. It's one-time money, so we got it last year, and they take it away this year because it's already been done. Same thing with the last one. We got a little bit of money to help improve our IT security, and money's been used for the IT security project. Done, gone. Let's take it out of the budget. Next one, please. All right. The county is taking a 3% net county cost cut. Every county department is. Okay? There's certain exceptions for certain type jobs. I don't know exactly what those jobs are, but we don't have any exceptions. So we have to take a 3% general fund cut. This is how the 3% cut is spread. The first column says operating budget. So it's spread among all these functions in the department. A total of 188 positions going to be cut. These are vacant positions, no people being cut, in order to offset. And this is to pay because the county believes next budget year is going to be a very lean budget year because of economic challenges, because of litigation pending out there, lots of other things going on. So all county departments have to take a 3% net county cost cut. 188 positions. The next column over, I told you I was going to talk about workers' comp again. We also need to pay for the increase in our workers' comp. Again, it's about 11% increase, which equates to about $4 million. That's 38 positions. So the total curtailment of vacant positions that we're taking is 226. Okay, next one, please. All right, I was asked about overtime. This shows the overtime for the year. First column is budgeted by month. Second column is actual expending, except there's an A in the far, far right or an E. A means actual, E means estimated. So this is through February timekeeping period. We don't have March yet. March just ended, so that hasn't been calculated yet. Our budget, and I was asked a question about why the two column totals are different. Our budget is $10 million, $10,042,000 for overtime. Actual estimated spending is about 70 million. Where does the difference come from, and why does the budget not match reality? I can sit here for an hour, and I won't do that. I can sit here for an hour and tell you why it doesn't match. But first of all, this is primarily from the juvenile halls or people working in the juvenile halls who come from field or elsewhere to work. So it's 60 million over. But why does the budget not match? That is I'm going to say it very generally, and I hope it makes sense, but it really is a deeper conversation. The way the county budget is structured, we have to self-fund any changes in any significant line item, which we have to cut one thing to pay for another. So if we wanted to bring our budget from 10 million to 70 million, in other words, we have to cut $60 million from somewhere else in the department. Rather than do that, we leave it where it is, and we find another way to fund it if possible. The other way, like I said, is salary savings from the 1,600 vacancies that somebody asked me about. So those positions, we get a budget for those, the savings from not filling them, and we don't not fill them to generate savings, it just happens that they're vacant. If we filled them, that overtime number would drop. So the two are kind of in sync with each other. But that concept applies to overtime, that concept applies to a lot of things, not just overtime. For example, and this is something I have said, I said it to the board during the board budget hearings about 3 weeks ago, and I said it to the CEO and her team, and they're well aware. Then I've written it at the end of audit reports, and I've pounded them about this all the time. The funding we get to pay for things, not people. So if we purchase microphones or carpet or chairs or pencils and paper, keep utilities on, that funding rarely ever changes. Because it doesn't change, we're subject to inflation just like your household is. So the purchasing power of our dollars, we call these S&S dollars, services we purchase and supplies we purchase. Service and supplies funding is subject to the same inflationary pressures as all of us. The purchasing power is going down, and that's cumulative. So if that purchasing power drops by $10, $15 million in a year, next year it might be 12 million, that's 27 million. Next year it might be 20 million, that's 47 million, continues to grow. So we have to keep cutting and cutting and cutting to keep pace. Otherwise, we can't keep the lights on. And this is not unique to probation. This is true of most, not most, but a lot of county departments. The only county departments that are somewhat immune from this are county departments that bill their services to somebody else. So if somebody else is paying the bill, you increase the cost of your billing and you recover that increase due to inflation. We have no one to bill. So for example, I'm not picking on them, great people, ISD, Internal Services Department, they bill out all their services. They're almost to zero. They got a little bit of net county costs, but almost zero. So if their billing rate, let's say it's $50 an hour, if they need more money, to increase it to $52 an hour. We're a captive audience. They're a monopoly that we have very little option to avoid. We have to pay them. So we get hit with inflationary pressures on things we buy, and we get their inflationary pressures passed through to us. We also get their negotiated salary increases. That's also in their billing rate. So we get hit twice. And it's not just us, it's any net county cost dependent department. JCOD, DYD, we had this discussion yesterday with them. They're smaller, but they still have a relatively the same impact. Public Works bills itself out. My former wonderful colleagues at the Auditor Controller bill their costs out. Every time we use the accounting system, there's a nickel, I'm just making up the numbers, but there's a nickel every time we use the accounting system. We have to use the accounting system, and it makes sense to use a centralized accounting system, but we're a captive audience. They just increase their rates, bill it to customers. Human Resources, our good friends at County Council, same thing. Their billing rates, somebody's paying for her, right? No offense to her, but somebody's paying for her, and probably us, or they're billed to the commission. But her billing rate goes up year after year after year to pay for this. And that billing rate is passed through to customers. So that is why the great disparity. We don't have enough money, so we don't want to change line items. We cannot increase that $10 million because it increase that has to be an equal decrease somewhere else. We don't have anywhere else to do that. So we let it ride. That $10 million number has really not changed in years, despite the fact that overtime number has gone up over the last couple of years a lot. So that's what that's all about. I hope that made sense. Next slide, please. And I'm trying not to take too long, but it's complicated. All right, he also asked you for overtime by facility. These are the overtime. So this is a subset of the $70 million. Each of our juvenile facilities, there it is. So they're right now, again, through February of the fiscal year. So it's $26 million. That's what that is, out of the 70. Now, that does not account for any overtime that was worked by a field probation officer who worked in a hall or camp, who didn't code their time card to the hall or camp. Every time card has what's called a cost center code or a unit code, or we call them org codes. If they don't code the org code, a separate line item for Los Padrinos, then their overtime is charged to their original, what we call home unit. So if they're Rio Hondo office, for example, the overtime would go to Rio Hondo. We can't fix that unless their time card is done specific to that facility.
But isn't that something that's easily caught, or is the field incurring increased overtime because of deployment?
The question is that because the field is incurring overtime because of deployments? Yes. If they're deployed to a facility.
No, what I'm saying is if they're deployed to the facility, I understand that they should be billing the facility for overtime.
Right.
But from what I'm hearing is that because
They're
they're
also working in the
deployed,
field.
overtime is getting paid to follow them.
Yes. There could be overtime in the field to do the casework or reports that they're required to do in a field office, and overtime for the person who's in the facility working at Los Padrinos or Barry J. Yeah, that could be hitting both places. Absolutely right. There's also a little quirk in the accounting system where the overtime is time and a half. The halftime is charged back to the original home unit as well. That's something with the EHR system. We can't control that. So next slide, please. I'm trying to get you guys. All right. JGCPA and JJRBG. I want to emphasize this, and I have said it before. I said it to the board. I've said it to the CEO. I'll say it to all of them. We do not get most of that money. So those of you over here who like to say that at these meetings, that money comes to us simply as administrators of the money. We're simply a pass-through. JGCPA and JGRBG money is not in our budget. It sits in a separate fund. It's called a special revenue fund, right? And we simply are like the crossing guard. Crossing guard helps a kid get from one side of the street to the other. We help the funding get from this revenue fund to those who consumed it, whether it's a county agency or a private vendor, a contracted vendor. community-based organization. So for example, if the mental health department provides $500,000 in mental health care to youth in our facilities, mental health bills us, we then claim it back against the special revenue fund and we pass the money back to them. It never touches our budget. We're simply, here's your money. That's all we're doing. Okay, so we're administering $52 million for JJRBG and $27 million for JJCPA, plus money from prior years that has not been spent. And again, the JJRBG right now, the state auditor said last year in August that it had $81 million. We project by the end of the year it'll be about over 100, plus the 55 million for next year. So it'll be 155 million as of July 1st. Roughly. Again, we don't know exactly because the spending comes in throughout the year, so we don't know how much spending between now and July, and departments don't bill evenly. They tend to bill most at the end of the year. I saw a question. Yes, well, according to the audit, it was saying 88 million. But 88? 88, 81, whatever. And they were wrong because they got their number from prior to the fiscal year ending. There was a lot of claim before that. It actually was like 78 million. Okay. Still a lot of money, huge amount of money. Any insight then really on if you all are essentially pass through, right? So to community-based organizations or other county agencies, why is so money still being passed through? Like what is the bottleneck? What is the reason why? Yeah, the pass through has nothing to do with the bottleneck. Why is money unspent? Is that your? I'm not trying to rephrase your question, but is that what you want to know? Why is money unspent? A couple of reasons. Number one, no budget was passed for 2 years. It took until almost the end of the second fiscal year of JGRBG funding before any budget was spent. We therefore could not recoup allowable costs until the budget was approved. We didn't have appropriation authority to do it. So there were qualifying costs that probation had that never got claimed through, but not just probation. Also, other entities couldn't start their services because they didn't have a budget yet. I'm not going to hire a group of social workers or mental health counselors until I have a budget. So they're waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting as the months go by. So they can't hire. Then once they get the budget, now it takes months more to recruit and hire people. So I'm not actually consuming money for months and months and months after that. Same thing with community-based organizations. If I want to provide a service through a contracted CBO, I got to do a solicitation. I got to do an RFP. I got to get that RFP evaluated. Then I got to go to the board to get it approved. Months and months and months and months and months for that. So even though you passed the budget in July 2023 or June or July 2023, it's too late. Now you're not going to have a CBO until 4, 5, 6, 7 months later, depending on where you are. You're not going to have people hired and cleared through background in time. So it's all this time going by with nobody being hired or no vendor being hired in order to consume the funds to deliver the services. Does that make sense? Yep.
I guess I just have a question because it does seem like some dollars were spent.
Yes.
So if there's no budget, then it would seem that no dollars would be spent.
There were some agencies like, and I'm not picking on them, it's actually a good thing, mental health was providing services to SYTF youth. We're talking about JJRBG. So they were providing some of those services because they already had people on staff who could do that. They had people, for example, that used to work at Barry J before it was SYTF. Now it's SYTF. They still got those people.
Okay.
So they pull them in. So there were some claiming that went on. Probation, I don't think claimed a dime.
But they were able to spend, I think, they were able to spend even though there was no budget?
Yes, as long as you get the budget approved within the fiscal year. The spending can precede the appropriation authority as long as it's within the fiscal year.
But why wasn't that the case with all the other services?
Because they wouldn't take the risk of hiring or contracting until they were sure.
So the county agencies, which were already in play, had the advantage there.
Right. If you take a risk and do that hiring and can't get the money because the budget doesn't get approved, then you're stuck with it. The other thing is mental health has multiple sources of revenue. So if they couldn't claim it to JJRBG, they could potentially claim it to something else like Short Doyle, or I don't know what programs would qualify, but or JJCPA, they could claim it through that. So they had a backstop, so to speak.
And a lot of these same county agencies also signed off on the Global Action Plan too.
I just had a question. So I was looking at the document that was shared at the JJRBG meeting last week. And so there are some kind of line items, I think, that indicate there was an explanation for why the dollars were not spent down. And then some line items where there wasn't an explanation for why
I've
dollars.
never seen that, but I have pointed out to them, by the way, that you're not, I tell them what they're not doing.
And I did literally go and wag my finger to them in July last year. If you don't take action, you're going to have $100 million by July this year. Guess what? We're projecting 104 million. Now I'm going to go back and do their annual fiscal update and say, I told you so. And I say the same thing to JJCPA.
Yeah, I'm just reading some of these things. I mean, positive youth development, I think, is something that's been held by probation, BMP, enhancement incentives, $75,000 unspent for 2 years, cable subscriptions, unspent. That's $100,000. Facility Wi-Fi connections. I mean, sorry, my mind is just a little bit
Probation was not
blown.
allowed to spend any SYTF money in those first 2 fiscal years because of lack of budget. So when you see BMP with a budget going back to 2022 or whatever that was, 21, we couldn't spend it then anyway. We didn't have the authority to spend it.
So now you have the authority, so are you going to have the most magical BMP program ever, or is it that things are going to get reclassified for the last 2 years?
Positions in BMP are it's behavior
Sorry.
management program for people who know what that is. BMP and positions are 2 different things. They're both on parallel tracks. It's not one replaces the other. So we can do both. And we are drastically enhancing BMP services for the youth at Barry J.
Or like transportation for parents, right?
Okay.
I mean, I'm seeing a huge
Yep.
line item for
I know that
that.
one.
Nearly 600, actually, I'm sorry, $1.2 million unspent.
Right.
So how does that,
There is
what
someone.
happens then?
That one I happen to know. We were trying to get Uber or Lyft to help with transportation of parents to get them to visiting at Silmar and
Kilpatrick.
Kilpatrick, yes. We can't get them to agree. So just yesterday met with JCOD and they're using taxi services. We want to see if possibly we can use a taxi service to help parents who don't have transportation. You can't get there you can't get to Kilpatrick on a bus. It's just not reasonable. But it's been a problem with getting those things agreed to by organizations that provide those services. And I want to remind everyone here, most of you probably weren't on the commission back then, we had van service to all of our facilities when we had 22 facilities. It was problematic from the get-go. Very little ridership. Problems when the ridership was occurring, some vans were running, we had 6 routes. And this went Challenger, Kilpatrick, Pomona, everywhere. Did not work well.
All I'm saying, you have a
But that's why-
$1.2 million. So is that going to be spent going forward, or is that trying to compensate for something for the last 2 years?
I don't think that the transportation services need rollover funding. It would be, if there's ongoing funding, you need the current year funding. What rolled over should be applied to some other service need. So it's going to be unspent.
And then what? It just sits there
It goes back to the JJCC to reallocate to some other service.
in a future year? Or for
Whenever, as fast as they can move, and I have my concerns about how fast they move. Someone asked me before this meeting, what's wrong with the unspent funding? I said they are not nimble enough, and their functions do not match the county budget cycle. They're just approving this now. You just got that now. That should have been done in December, because we submit our budgets in January. If I don't have it by January, what am I supposed to do? Those 7 positions you saw up here, I needed that in January. I'm just seeing it now, and it's still not approved.
Okay. And probation is the chair of the JJRBG, right?
Probation is the co-chair among 25 people. So probation administers the meeting, but probation doesn't drive the decisions. It's also
Right.
difficult to get a quorum. There's no one
Oh.
reason. It's also difficult to get a quorum of those 25 people. I've driven all the way out, had their meetings, do my fiscal update. I get there, sorry, no quorum. You're out. So there's a lot of reasons. And I say to them too, like I said, I've been to those meetings. I literally wag my finger and tell them, if you don't do this, this is what's going to happen. You need to do this by the budget cycle. You need to do this. And I say it nicely and constructively, but desperately, because we want those positions to administer $55 million. Selfishly, I want 2 positions in accounting. 2 to do $55 million. Find me a private sector organization that can do $55 million with just 2 people. But that's what we're going to do. And we're waiting for their decision, and I can't hire until then, and I won't get the authority until the budget's approved in June for July 1, then I can start recruiting. So now I'm waiting till July to get those 2 positions for accounting. 3rd fiscal year, actually start of the 4th fiscal year. And SYTF is waiting for 5 positions. 2 for them, 2 for me, 5 for them. That's the problem. And then some. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Can you remind me when you said the budget was finally approved in June or July of 23 for
I
this
believe that's
spending
when
to
the
start?
budget for that year, they did a 2-year budget, which also makes no
Okay.
sense to me. Why a 2-year budget? 1 year, and keep changing it. But they need to start the changes immediately. I also believe they need to open the window of opportunity for people to ask for funding more frequently. Okay? Because people sit for a year, when's that window going to open? When can I ask for funding? And then it gets opened up, and then the process grinds too slowly. They need to be more nimble.
They need to do things faster, and they need to align it with the county's budget cycle. The JJCC. I sat in front of them, 25 of them. They wanted me to sit at the end. No, I'm standing in front of you so you can see me. That's why I'm here today too. I want you to see me. I don't want to sit down there. I want to see your eyes. I want you to see me. All right. And I told them, you need to do this. You've got 56 programs in JJCPA that are spent zero. Some of those for multiple years in a row. Look at this one. What is this? Millions of dollars. You need to take that money and reallocate to other programs. And you know what they said? We can do that? That's what they said. I said, yes. And they don't do it. They've done it now, but the process grinds too slow. They need to go, 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 and they don't. Okay? And it's a structure set up by the state, I think. I don't know, state mandated this. And I'm not against the structure. I'm just saying they need to move, and they need people on there that understand budget, and they need to align it with the county budgets so that it is ready to go. A county budget, the LACO budget, everybody's budget. One of the things I get asked about in JJCC I get asked from contract agencies like the DA. I'm walking out the door and the DA is talking to me all the way to my car. How come I can't get this? They need an MOU or they need a contract in order to take it to their department to approve. LACO stops me. I can't spend a dime until I have a contract, or an MOU is essentially a contract. I can't spend a dime because I need to take an MOU to my education board to approve the money to provide the appropriation authority. If they don't have an MOU, for a service that's been authorized by the JJCC, they can't spend a dime.
So does probation for these JJCPA funding?
That's a
or
lot. I know.
JJRBG.
Sorry to those in the audience, right?
Do they put out RFQs like to the community? To
RFPs.
Okay.
RFP. RFQs are requests for quotes. RFPs are requests for proposals. Give me a proposal on how you can provide this service. We put out a scope of work, defines what we want to buy. You're a vendor, you should respond to make sure you hit all these things that we have as minimum requirements. We evaluate all the proposals, we score them, and give it to the winning proposer. It's partially based on price, it's partially based on ability to be responsive to what we ask for, and a few other things.
Do you know like where we would be able to find them? Like if like community wanted to find them, just so we can like have it where
we're a community-based organization to find out how to get involved.
Yeah, like just where they can apply for these requests.
Go to lacounty.gov. Talk to the community. Go to the ISD, Internal Service Department website, and click on Doing Business with LA County. Is there a specific solicitation or proposal? It lists, you sign up as a, right. Right. When you sign up as someone who wants to be involved, you indicate the service that you want to provide, and it will send you the RFPs for any service you want to provide. Hey, here's an opportunity, here's an opportunity. If you just want to peruse them, yes, they're all posted there as well.
I understand on that. I've worked with the county very often. I guess the specific question I'm asking you is, given that now it sounds like the budget has been approved for,
right.
It's something like 2 fiscal years that we're behind
right.
these 2 fiscal years. And so now we'll see some progress on the spending down of that, 88 to 81 to 55, whatever that number is. And so I was asking, were there specific RFPs that your department is seeking solicitation for? Just, I know that they can go onto the county website and see everything from DMH to DPSS. I'm asking about your specific department. Are there solicitations? Because that might be more of my colleague's question. And then it sounds like that the budget is now approved, and so we'll start to see some movement starting July 1. Is that what I'm hearing you say? There are 2 questions there.
Yeah, I'm thinking because I don't know whether we have I keep using this word, the appropriation authority yet. The JJCC approves. I don't know what has to go to the board to approve. I'm uncertain on that. I know that the positions have to go to the board. So those 7 positions will not be viable until July 1 when the next year's budget is ready to go. The budget's approved, the county budget's approved sometime in June, and then it's effective July 1. So as of July 1, then we can actually start the recruitment now so that it's ready to go by July 1. We couldn't actually fill it till July 1.
And then those 2 positions, like you mentioned earlier, will now have the responsibility for administering $55+ million in funding. And then those will be spent on what? I know that those 2 positions.
The 2 positions for me are 2 accounting people. That's it.
Okay.
And then $55 million of the coming fiscal year, 52 for this year, plus a 79 or 80 something million dollars that's rolled over from prior fiscal year. So a total of $150 million as of July 1.
roughly. 2 people. And 5, there's 7 positions up there. 5 of those are for Barry J to provide the programming and oversight of programming at Barry J and Kilpatrick.
I know
Yes, sir.
there was an issue, like I want to say last year, maybe 2 years ago, around like organizations not applying because of like data issues. Did we see a lot more movement in funding or even just requests for proposals after the data was housed somewhere else other than probation? Like, did we see that money start to move a little more?
That was specific to JJCPA, and what you're talking about is California Community Foundation and Liberty Hill. That money has now been provided through JJCPA, not JJRBG, to those 2 organizations, and they are providing services now.
Is it accurate to say on slides, not that one, the
I like that.
the
Slide
next
down.
2, so there are final 2 slides, the JJCPA allocations and expenditures.
Yeah, that has a
and
number.
the
I'm doing it out of my
JJRBG
head, but it's on there.
and the JJRBG allocations and expenditures, that each of them have roughly 105,
Yes.
100 million unspent dollars.
Yes.
So total with those 2 funding streams, we're looking at 200 and something.
Yes.
Thank you. 206 million. 206 million unspent dollars.
Something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the issues are the same for both of those.
We get base funding for JJCPA of approximately 27 million a year, which adds to that, and then it's spent down. And then we get the estimated amount for the coming fiscal year for JGRBG is $55 million. I say estimated because until the state's budget is finalized, I don't know the exact number, but ballpark $55 million. 55 plus 27, 82.
Sorry, I might have missed this part. So I understand the delay in getting out the JJRBG dollars because there was no budget. People were reluctant to invest in things when they didn't know when the dollars were coming. Did you explain the delay in the JJCPA spending?
There's a
Or
couple
not
of,
the
again,
delay. I
it's,
don't
it's
even know
never
what to
one
call it.
reason.
I shouldn't assume it's a delay.
Yesterday, I sent you the JGRBG expenditure report. You asked for all the programs. The easiest way for to do that quickly was to send you this. And I know it's really, it's an eye strain to look at it, so to speak. That showed you all the programs and what has or hasn't been spent. Part of it is because they're not spending the current money in order to spend down the old money. So they're trying to catch up with all the old money spent. Some
This
of
is
that,
JJCPA.
JJCPA, yeah, I'm
Okay.
talking that now. So, and they keep track on that spreadsheet of the old money, where the money comes from and what they're spending. Different columns for old money and new money, and that's one reason why that spreadsheet is so complicated. So there are other problems, for example, developments of scopes of work, developments of MOUs, contracting delays, that sort of thing. The issue with the, I forgot what the fancy name for it is, but Liberty Hill and CCP, the issue with them.
Third-party partnership. Third-party administrator.
Well, they are administering, but
Oh, they're ready to rise.
Ready to rise. That's it. Yes. The issue with Ready to Rise had to do with anonymizing data of
Right.
juveniles who participated. So that delayed things for a long time until we had some legal opinion about what to do.
But that
And
was like $12 million.
7.
Okay, so certainly not 100.
Yeah.
Million.
No. It's
Right,
just-
so
it's-
I guess I'm
like I
just.
said, there's multiple reasons for
Okay,
all of
it
this.
just runs the gamut.
Yeah, but it's getting services on the street. It's not having enough people to provide the services. I mean, I don't know, and I'm not picking on mental health. They're just in my mind at the moment. But does mental health have enough mental health counselors to deliver the services that are funded? Having funding and having people are two different things. Mental health provides a lot of services across the county, not just for probation. So do they have enough people, both their own plus contracted people, in order to provide those services? Can LACO ramp up? Can the library ramp up? Can arts and culture ramp up? It's ramp up time for those folks. They all have that. And when we mentioned arts and culture provides a lot of JJCPA funded services earlier in this meeting. How fast can they ramp up? That's a big thing. And if you have unspent dollars that are rolling over, are you going to double the size of your program? Because you're not going to double the size of your people, because if you do that, what do you do at the end of the money when the money runs out? Now you got to let them go or find somewhere else for them to work. So they tend to keep the staffing levels consistent. And a CBO, a community-based organization, would do the same thing. I'm not going to hire people that I can't sustain. If the money runs out, I got to get rid of my people. I don't want to lay anybody off. So they tend to hire based on what they believe they can sustain over time, which makes business sense and makes human sense.
And one of the things that's problematic about this model, and I know this when I was with grants, is that you would have people sign on to the jobs that are funded, and then immediately when they start working, they start looking for the next job because they understand the funding is not always going to be there. So what we're seeing is just how problematic this motto is.
And I think there's a couple more slides up here, one or two more. And these are the spending, and you already mentioned that about JGRBG and JJCPA. How much is allocated, how much both one-time and ongoing money, and how much rolled over. Rollover funding is a big deal with JGRBG. We had no approval to spend rolled over funding, old year money, until this action you're just reading from there. One of our county departments kept asking, can we use the rollover money? Because they want to remodel a facility with the one-time, rollover money is considered one-time, remodel that, it's a library, to remodel the library at Barry J to make it better, more conducive to what the kids want. So they staff it with ongoing money. They remodel with one-time money. Rollover money is one-time. Staffing is ongoing money, is what's called base funding, annual funding. So that's just, again, that's an example using the library. They're waiting for money to improve the collection and improve the facility itself, the lighting and all that sort of thing, the books that are there. And then they'll staff that. They already have the staffing for the librarians. Other questions? I don't know if we need to see the last couple slides if you want, but I know it wanted me to go fast.
Why not?
Can we
Why
move
not?
the
We're gonna-
slideshow
do we have another?
forward?
Is there another slide there? Just remember, we administer the money. We spend very little. All right, JJCPA, these are the allocations over time, over the last 2 fiscal years. You can see the one-time money, the top line there of 23, 24. That's money that one-time means it's rolled, either it's rolled over or we got extra money that came in because of the economy. Some of this money is tied to, for example, vehicle registrations. So as car sales go up, the money goes up. But it works in reverse. If the economy is depressed and the car sales go down, you get less there. So one-time money is extra money that came in from the state, and you have carryover. So we did separate the lines here. Base funding, current year funding, is the amount allocation we get in the state budget. So one time, because of the economy, carryover, unspent from prior years, base, the current year ongoing amount. Same thing with the next fiscal year. So you can see how much moved from year to year to year. And there's a lot of numbers up there, and those are millions. So the bottom right, unspent funds, $104 million. And that's JGRBG. So that's what I said, right? 104. We anticipate 104 million. We don't know the actual numbers yet for the spending for this fiscal year, so we're estimating 31 million. That's the far right, third box from the bottom. The next slide is same thing for JJCPA. Oh, maybe that was it. We did them both, okay. So we anticipate $104 million plus the $55 million for the coming fiscal year as of July 1 for JGRBG.
Yeah, I just have a comment.
Go for it.
I've known Bob 23 years being on this commission, off and on. You're an incredible bean counter. I appreciate what you've done, making it simple for
I
us.
take bean counter as a good thing.
It is. You're like the best I've ever worked with in all the governmental agencies. So I just want to say thank you for making it simple for us.
Sure.
Commissioner comments and concerns. I was hoping maybe we can let the public chime in for a minute. And thank you.
I will take the liberty of saying that there are times when it feels like Mr. Smythe and I are the only people in the audience at the JJCC meetings, and I would really encourage members of the public listening today to attend those meetings. They are Brown Act open meetings, and
So she can confirm that I go up there and I literally wag my finger at them and I
does.
walk around and say, you need to do this.
Are they virtual also?
they are, you can listen in. There's no video streaming. That's part of why I attend in person. And they generally happen in Downey at the Lakeco building. But you can get on the list. And if you want to get on the list, and I mean this for the commissioners and the members of the public, send me an email and I'll help you get on the list. My email's on the website. Okay, public comment. Anybody want to make public comment about the budget? Thank you, Mr. Smythe. Go ahead, Mr. Pettis. Is that turned on? Okay, go ahead.
Bring it closer.
All right, no problem. I'm looking at page 9, where we're talking about a total budget of 10 million, an actual of 70 million. As I stand here this morning, there's a DPO at my office in my cubicle doing my job on overtime. According to Deanna Carlisle, there are over 600 DPO2s who are on home accommodation. These DPO2s are completely capable of doing their assigned job. It makes sense to bring those DPO2s back to the offices to do their jobs. Probation is convicted of murder, rape, mayhem, carjacking, gang crimes are not being supervised. These things are they're just not being supervised. Last time we were here, Chairman Mundo asked about how many people were in the field offices. It was just a matter of a phone call. They're empty. Probationer goes to the office, they're not getting the services. And I listed earlier all the services that we provide. We were saying with the order of the DPO2 field officers, which are on home probation, back to their offices, it's a win-win situation. The probation saves money and the probationers get their services. So I don't know what the bottleneck is. Mr. Smythe has done out of control. He knows all about the money and all that. I don't know what the bottleneck is to get these people back to their offices, because we got people in your community, whether it's the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th district, they're not being supervised. They're not being held accountable. They're not getting the service. Some of these people need psychiatric care. Some of these people need housing. Some of these people need, transportation. A lot of different things that the services that we promised to provide these probationers, we're not providing because they're at home. I'm here today because I'm at home. They're very specific. I go home on 90 days. I come back. Basically, I work half a year. So what I'm basically saying is bring those DPO2 probation officers to there. They can do their jobs. They can get the reports out to the courts. We stop bottlenecking the courts and all of that. But right now, it basically boils down to one thing. Either we're going to pay somebody to be there on regular time, or we're going to pay somebody on overtime. And that's why you have a big discrepancy on the budget from $10 million to $70 million.
Thank you, Mr. Pettis. Any other comments in the room? Yes, please, welcome. Oh.
Hi, I'm Officer Goldner. I'm posted at Los Padrinos and I have a question. In the budget, have you already considered your estimate for what in next year's budget, what the impact of our rate increases will be? And number two, is it more efficient? Is it more efficient to have more overtime than making more of a push to hire more officers? Because the amount of overtime that we're working right now is beyond. Thank you.
You may, if you wish.
If you have the answer.
We'd much rather hire more officers than have you working overtime, so you can get the rest and get home to your family. So yeah, we're trying to hire as fast as we can. And the other question, as far as anticipating, yes, we always anticipate the salary costs that are going to occur in the coming fiscal year. We submit the budget in July. Things can change between in January. Things can change between January and July, and those changes are tweaked, and then hopefully it's as close as possible by the time the board approves it in June. Any other changes that may occur throughout the year, there's what's called a budget adjustment that's processed through the board to align the budget more accurately for any unknowns that occurred prior to the budget year starting.
Thank you for saying that. Actually, on the CEO's website, there is a really helpful video tutorial aimed at the public that helps explain the budget process that I would really encourage people to look at. We will go to online comments. Oh, actually, did we have another comment in the room? Yes, please, two more.
Hi, it's not about comments. I'm really new here. A friend of mine referred me here today. The first time I'm kind of joining this kind of meeting. I want to find out, I know you have a lot of budget there. I want to find out if for newcomer, we want to offer the house, service with those probation people or use. How do we get started with you guys? How do we get funding approval or something like that?
For housing?
Yeah.
Well, if it's a homeless person, you'd probably go through one of the homeless agencies to get signed up, and they'd have some sort of licensing or inspection process. If it's a group home, there's a process of inspection. You contact, I think, Department of Children and Family Services. They inspect for juveniles. They, I believe, provide the oversight and licensure for those homes. There may be probation people in them, but I believe DCFS does that, and the state has a role in that as well. If it's for adults, I'm not sure who it is, but there is an agency that handles housing for adults, but similarly, they would inspect the home and license it to make sure it's safe and clean and provide services that people need.
Yeah, we feel like a challenge in trying to find those people who can give funding to those kind of partnership. We saw some information, some people give information to call those foundation or whatever. Most of the time, we don't have any actually answers to us. People don't even reply phone call to us. So we find it like a challenge to be trying to, get into those programs, to work with those programs.
I suggest two things. You can either call 211, which is the county information line that can direct you to various housing programs. And there's more than one. There's programs for adults, programs for juveniles, program probation, programs for foster care, and homeless people, et cetera. The other is you can call the Probation Information Center. The number I don't have on at the top of my tongue, but you can also go to probation's website, and the Probation Information Center is there, and they could help navigate you to people who could help you out.
So they are not on your LA County page, huh? It's different.
They may be, I just don't know where they are, because there are multiple agencies that provide housing services.
No.
Homeless agencies that are not part of the county, but they're funded by the county. There are programs that we fund for people who are on probation or at risk of on probation, and we partner with DCFS for programs for juveniles who are involved in the foster care program or placement services. So they're placement homes. Some of those are licensed for kids who have severe mental illnesses, so you have to have a certain qualifying social work type status. I'm not an expert in that, but
Right.
it depends on what kind of population you want to serve, juvenile, adult, and do they have some sort of special needs?
Right. I think we're more looking into either the probation adult or for the single mom, whatever situation poor. We want to offer housing service for that, but we want to make sure we can get the funding for that before we can move forward. We have house there, but we don't know where's the money from.
I'm going to actually recommend, if you have a moment, if you could go talk to Sarah, who's in the back, who can help you look up the numbers for CFCI, which is the availability of some funding through the county. And then also just in terms of what Commissioner Shipp said earlier, I think there's maybe a way for us to talk about how we can add on our website some links to where community-based organizations can go to find, and that's, sorry about that, to find RFPs, which are requests for proposals and other opportunities to receive funding from JJCPA, from JJRBG. I would like to be able to offer that. So, but I welcome you to talk to Sarah about some of those opportunities.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Cherie Meredith. I'm here representing Southern California Ceasefire Committee, which is a CBO that's been working in LA County for about 20 years with incarcerated community. I do understand the process for the budgeting, but I'm also seeing that there is an increase in the workers' compensation necessary for the officers who are working. I see that they are not staffed fully, and there's a lot of money that's being left over. To my understanding, this is taxpayer money that is being allocated, correct? So then the over supply of income would, I hope, be in a savings account collecting interest, I would hope. So there's $100 million. Are there no opportunities for emergency use of funding to support CBOs that do have a track record in the county working and improving, reducing crime rates to work alongside probation? I mean, I understand that there's a timeline here, but these are young people and adults who are incarcerated. It's traumatic. It's, you know, it's a stressful environment, I'm assuming, for both the incarcerated as well as the officers. And it doesn't seem like the money is being allocated in a way that reduces that, promotes work-life balance, self-care, and overall like improves the environment of what we have going on here.
Okay, there's a lot in there. I'll try to remember it. Didn't write it down. First of all, with the workers' compensation, that's largely workers' compensation cost increases are largely driven from the juvenile halls. Some of those are old workers' comp cases that are reopened, and some of them are new juvenile hall cases because of injuries that occur on the job. So that's what's driving that. Second thing was opportunities or unspent funds. Money comes with restrictions. So when people give us money, they give us money with a catch. For example, when the state gives us money, they might say, this can only be used for juvenile halls, for example. This can only be used for adults who are experiencing homeless. So we have to spend that money according to the wishes of the grantor, which in most cases for us is the state. I mentioned federal dollars as well. That's claim-based. They specify what we can claim for and what we can't. And they come out and audit us to make sure we do it. So the money comes with restrictions. But in general, to do business with LA County, the easiest way I think to find that is to go to the ISD website, the county website. From there, you click on departments, click on Internal Services Department, click on doing business with LA County. And I believe there may be a link on probation's website. I'm not sure to that link, but we have lots of contracting information on there. So if your CBO wants to do good things for people, you can go to our website or go to the ISD website. But I know we have information on FAQs on how to do business with us as well. We just posted those. We just put them on our website 4 or 5 weeks ago.
Okay.
So they should be there. But it's all the information is there. And if you sign up as a vendor, sign up your CBO as a vendor, you will get notifications proactively of any RFP that's about to come out or has come out. And again, you indicate what kind of service you want to provide, and it will send you the RFPs for that service. The more services you sign up to provide, the more you'll get opportunities you'll get sent to you. And then we will send you the RFP packet, request for proposal packet, which tells you how to apply.
Okay, and then in addition to that, I'm new here, but with the state dedicating funding to be allocated to certain programming, correct? This
Correct.
is still taxpayer money. Is there an organization where community members are telling the state what exactly needs to be spent? Because the community sounds to be saying that they're not happy.
I want you to know that I'm one of the most frequent users of the phrase, don't ever forget this is taxpayer dollars.
Okay.
So, and a lot of the stuff that gets spent to probation, I have to sign before it gets spent. And sometimes I send it back and I say exactly that. Don't forget this is tax. Would you do the same thing with your own money? Would you do the same thing if the LA Times was in the room? These are all things I say frequently there. And sometimes people don't like it when I say that. But so I agree with you. As far as your advocacy for how the dollars are spent or how the dollars are allocated, most of this that you saw up there on the screen is legislated. I mean, it goes through the state legislature and it's in the law. It's written into the Welfare and Institution Code or something like that. So if you want to change that, your legislator needs to submit a Assembly or Senate bill in order to change that law. That doesn't mean there aren't new opportunities for new revenue to come through as well. So, and there are plenty of community-based services that you could probably provide. You being the community-based person, we have services contracted in the community. We have services contracted in our facilities. So get on those RFP notifications and maybe you get 100 of them and you look at them and maybe there's 10 you can qualify for. The other 90, thanks, but no thanks. But you apply for what you believe your organization can effectively provide.
Thank you.
And the size and capacity of your organization as well. Some of these are big, some of them are small.
So the short answer for your last question is your local leader, councilman, assembly person. So they would basically be on the front end of legislation.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we'll go to online comments. We'll start with Audrina. Audrina, can you hear me? We can hear you, but barely. Can you start again?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Okay. Okay. A couple of statements. The first one is as far as the transportation, the budget for that. I did hear there's a remainder, I believe, 2 million, if I'm not mistaken. And then I also heard about how you guys try to reference incorporating like vans and transportation their kids. So when I first arrived at the juvenile halls, a lot of the times they had lack of staff, and in the very beginning, like a couple years ago, and we would all drive really, really far to get turned away from visiting our kids. And what ARC has done is they've given us gift cards for gas, which has been really helpful. So I just kind of wanted to add that maybe that could be included as part of helping a family see their visit their loved ones. Also, for the hiring too, I think that there should be like an established probation to officer to juvenile ratio, and then there should be easier way to access those funds, because I do know that a lot of probation officers work overtime a lot. And also, being away from their families, how does that impact their attitude to doing their job when they're tired and they want to go home and they want to rest? So I think that there should be more funding as far as hiring more officers to help them, to help the agency. Well, not agency, but I just think there should be an easier way in emergencies like this, where you don't have to wait for a long period of time for that window to open to accommodate that, because ultimately it affects them, their personal lives. It affects our kids, and everybody needs to be well rested. So I believe the probation officer said this too. Okay, it's okay. Bye.
Thanks, Audrina. That's the end of our public comment.
Okay, commissioners, comments, questions? Commissioner Kakani, let's be mindful of the time.
Okay, I just have some
Not just you,
clarifying
everybody.
questions. Okay. Can you share, I don't know what you shared, like the care of court wards, support, JIS, field special. What is the budget for programming inside camps and halls? And does that live in one of those buckets, or is that a separate line item?
We don't have a specific budget for individual programs per se. It depends on where the funding comes from. So in camps, the money that backs up the programs comes from the services and supplies dollars. That's the dollars I was describing where it's subject to inflation, so to speak, although we will provide the funding and we will work out a way to pay for it.
But there's no like delineated budget for it.
To the extent that it's from JJCC or JGRBG, yes, there is.
Sure,
But to the
but
extent that it's,
JJCC doesn't go inside the halls and camps, right? Isn't that primarily outside?
there is some SYTF services inside Barry J. For
So sep-
JJCPA, it's mostly outside. It's
Sure.
community-based, yeah.
Right. So I'm just asking for halls and camps if there's, but it sounds like there's no.
We generally would pay for it with state funding.
Okay.
Or it's a combination. We don't specify where every dollar is going, so to speak. So I don't say this is JPCF or this is net county cost. We pay for it, and at the end of the year, we pull into our budget the amount of that JPF funding we need to balance the budget. So we're not specifically taking out of like a household separate bank account.
Is there a way, at least for years past, to see how much was spent on programming in camps and halls? Just the camps and halls?
We would need, well, if you mean provided by community-based organizations, we would add up the costs from vendors. If you mean provided by probation staff or some other agency like mental health or health services, I don't know how specific we could get to that because a probation officer, for example, might provide a service along with all the other things he or she does.
But you're not paying extra for that. So I'm
Right.
just trying to figure out the dollars going out for
Yeah,
programming.
the cleanest way we can do it is to add up the expenditures for contract payments for organizations that come into our facilities and deliver services.
And would that also include dollars that go to DYD and Department of Arts and Culture? Do you all pass through those dollars, or?
They bill us. If we're paying for them, they bill us. If not, you'd have to get it from them. If it's passed through from the special revenue fund and never passes through our budget, you have to get it from them.
Okay. It would just be, there's a lot of talk about prioritization of young people, and we talk often about the programming piece being one of the most crucial. So it would be helpful to get how much we are spending on programming for young people. Also settlements, for example, I know in December there was the approval of a $30 million settlement related to young people's experience inside the camps and halls. Just want to say that again, 30 million. Where does that come from?
Settlements are paid by county council and they bill it back to us. So yes, we do have a line item for settlements.
Okay, so what is that line item, or do you estimate that in advance? I just didn't see it delineated here.
When something like a $30 million settlement comes through, obviously that's something we did not anticipate, generally did not anticipate. Sometimes we can, but most of the time we can't determine the timing. We can often estimate how much the settlement's going to be, but you can't determine exactly when it's going to conclude. So what fiscal year is it going to hit? So we have to eat that, and we have to find a way to balance our budget in another way, such as pulling salary savings in to cover that expenditure to make sure our budget balances.
So would it be possible to get at least for this last fiscal year? I know it's not
The
quite
settlements,
June.
yeah.
Yeah, just to know how much has been spent on settlements, and to, I guess this kind of relates to my next question. Related to the vacant positions, do you have a dollar amount associated with those vacant positions?
I don't know what the titles are of each of those positions. We could estimate something. Generally, to get a rough ballpark, we figure somewhere between $80,000 and $100,000 per position.
Okay.
And that's if the position was filled. Okay. There's some other quirks of the accounting system. When it's not filled, the benefit associated with that are taken from us. So all we have is the salary portion, not the benefit portion. The benefits are about 50% more than the salary.
Okay.
So
and
$1
then-
plus 50 cents.
And is it, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. Are you basically using the vacant position bucket, whatever it is, to essentially balance the budget? Because it sounds like every time there's if it's extra overtime that you're suddenly paying, right? From 10 million to 70 million. If there's a $30 million settlement, if there's a,
It's not the
this purchasing power thing that becomes an issue because of inflation, like
We
where
do-
is the budgeting of this, where is the balancing of this budget coming from?
It comes from multiple sources. Certainly, salary savings is one of those, and hopefully, as the salary savings go down, the costs associated with the movement of money we're less dependent on that.
I mean, I guess that's the ideal situation, but we're
Yeah,
clearly not there
but
yet. So is that,
There are only basically two sources of our ability to do what you're describing. One is the salary savings, the other is revenue. So we have revenue parked, for example, the state revenue that comes in, it gets parked and we pull it into our budget as we need it. So we pull in whatever we need. As the fiscal year end gets closer to its end, we figure out what our expenses are going to be and we pull in the amount of money or do a budget adjustment to move the salary savings to cover whatever we need to balance our budget. And I just want to emphasize that is not unique to probation. All of
That's
us in
fine.
that county cost departments do something similar.
right? But it sounds like probation department might have like a larger number of
Well, we're about-
unexpected costs, like related to overtime. I doubt most county departments don't have that
DCFS,
level.
DCFS has a larger revenue source from Title IV-E, but DCFS also would have things like that. The sheriff would have things like, sheriff is largely net county costs, and we are one of the larger.
Right, but
Yeah, we're
that's not
about the
majority.
sixth or seventh largest department in the county. So just in sheer numbers, yeah, we're pretty big.
Okay.
Biggest being, I think it's health, then sheriff, and then maybe mental health or DCFS is next, or social services. Social service example of a department that's almost entirely revenue offset.
Can we give another commissioner a chance to ask a question and come back?
Okay, sure.
Commissioner Ship, I thought I saw you.
Yeah, first, I want to thank you for this budget presentation. I think it's really comprehensive and it gets to a lot. As far as overtime, right? You talk about that we want to fill those 1,600 positions, right? How sustainable is 1/3 of that overtime budget, that 26 million being spent only at Los Padrinos, especially with the staffing issues they still have, even though they're spending $10 million on overtime over, I want to say like an 8-month period. Like, how sustainable is that for probation's budget?
We want to hire people as fast as we can. We got all kinds of recruitment efforts out there. We got smart software out there. We got billboards. We've got bus banners, all sorts of things. We do recruitment on campus. We want to hire people, the right people, as fast as we can. So how sustainable is it? It's a subjective call, but we're trying to fill them. We recognize the need. We're filling them as fast as we can, and we want to bring people back who aren't currently working as fast as possible as well. So if you have an injury, you want you to recover as fast as possible, get back to full strength, and come back on the job.
But I was specifically wondering about that 10 million, right? Like, is this something we can always spend every 8 months on overtime? Always spending 10 million to meet those minimum standards for staffing? Like, is that something sustainable for us?
Let me answer that by explaining the way it should be.
Let's do it.
If you read about how, I'll be quick. If you read about how a budget works in a textbook, that is not how a budget is supposed to work. The auditor controller was charged with coming out and auditing our juvenile institution services, that one budget line for the halls and camps. We explain this to them too. This is the way it works. If you read the response to that report from the department, the response clarifies all of this. So if you want a textbook on how to, it's only 5 paragraphs. I wrote it. You will see that in the response. That defines the way it should be.
Commissioner Prater.
Yeah, just have a quick question.
You talking in the mic?
Thank you. Just a quick question. Of the $1.123 billion appropriation or budget, what percentage or what number is your people cost? Like if you were at the 5,000, I think there was something positions, just, oh, sorry, you did a great job.
I'll just ballpark it and say
5,518.
Yeah,
right?
ballpark 75% is people.
75% of the budget is
ballpark. Yeah, I could look it up, but that's the ballpark. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you.
Commissioner Canales.
Yes. Thank you. In your presentation, you mentioned that, sometimes you have the DA following you, asking you about the budget or what sort of things does the district attorney request budget for from probation?
The DA provides JJCPA funded services. Specifically what service those were, I don't remember, but what it was a lady who was walking out with her, not the DA himself. The lady was explaining to me she needed an MOU in order to get the funding, in order to deliver the services. So and she saw me as an opportunity to inquire as to how to get that done. LACO did the same thing with me. LA Unified School District did the same thing. I just happened to be walking out the door and the lady from the DA followed me out, which is fine. You know. And LA Unified in the public microphone asked me the same thing. So I got her the answer. That I had to wait till the next day to figure out what was going on with her situation. But the service itself, I'd have to look on the JJCPA budget.
That is a public document that I have a copy of because they handed it out at the last time they presented it, and I'd be happy to share it with you. We can also attach it to this agenda item so that the public can see it. One of the programs is the READY program, the diversion program, but there may be another one. I don't remember.
Okay, thank you so much. Somebody texted and asked me.
Okay,
I can ask my two last questions.
please.
Unless you have some.
Would it be possible to provide, kind of in this, the comparison of year-to-year budget stock, you have the department positions. Would it be possible to provide for this same time period the number of vacant positions for each of those years?
I'll see how far back the records go.
Okay, or even the last,
If we can,
Yeah.
Those are generally calculated based on a snapshot like today. And the
Okay.
vacancies change tomorrow or the day
Sure.
before. So we'll see if we have those snapshots, but we generally don't retain that. I know I can get the current, but I don't know how far back I can go, but I'll look.
And then if it's possible to, this might be too much, to get the dollar amount associated with those vacant positions, and then also how much of that dollar amount was spent down to balance the budget. I don't know how many years back you can go, even if it's just last year. It would just be helpful to see how the bucket associated with vacant positions is being used or spent.
When we move money, we do it through a budget adjustment. So I could get you the amount of the annual budget adjustment and how much that was. We generally do that around now or April or May as the fiscal year near its close.
And would you be able to say if that was tied to the vacant position, the salary savings as you referenced?
If we're moving it from S&EB, salaries and benefits, to S&S, services and supplies, then yes, that would be defined within the budget adjustment.
Okay.
But it's not the only way to balance the
Right.
budget. There is revenue.
Okay.
Thank you. We will move to a short break before we proceed to the next agenda item. But before that, Mr. Smythe, we noted in probation's newsletter this week that you'll be retiring later this year after an impressive 41 years of service to the county and 19 years with probation. Congratulations and thank you. Let's give Mr. Smythe a round of applause. It is 12:09. We will return at 12:20 and rush to the remaining of the agenda and be out of here at 5 minutes to 1.
Happy retirement, Mr. Smythe. What a way.
Okay, commissioners, 1 minute and counting. Oh, sorry.
I'm next.
Okay, welcome back. We are going to move on to item number 5. With us is Dr. Gongora and Dr. Corral to discuss and take possible action on an updated report from Los Angeles County Probation Oversight Commission and Probation Department on efforts to increase programming, focused on substance use disorder treatment and harm prevention efforts, including equipping probation employees and providers with Narcan in probation juvenile facilities. We will first hear from the POC's project director, Dr. Gongora, followed by Senior Probation Director, Dr. Jesus Corral from the Probation Department. Floor is yours, Dr. Gongora.
Thank you, Chair. So glad to be with you here today, Commissioners. So I've been working on another round of facility visits to follow up on the Board of Supervisors' November 26, 2024 motion for empowering probation providers to carry naloxone in the facilities. For those joining us that are less familiar with naloxone, also called Narcan, I'll call it that a lot. It's an opioid overdose reversal medication that has been critical to saving lives both in our county and across the country. Basically, it's a little nasal spray that has no side effects other than bringing someone into withdrawal if they have opioids in their system. So during these visits, I have been talking with probation officers and program providers. And so far, what I've been finding is that the rates of probation officers carrying their Narcan has been increasing. And I think just as importantly as them actually carrying the Narcan, something I've been finding is that there are a lot of positive attitudes being expressed about carrying the Narcan, a lot more comfort in carrying it. A lot of probation officers have been expressing that their questions or concerns have been answered around it, and also that they are seeing it as a tool they are able to use to create safety in the facilities. The place where we're stuck in the facilities is actually empowering program providers to carry the Narcan. So I have not yet encountered a single program provider carrying Narcan in the facilities. And most of those that I interview or ask about it are letting me know that they don't have any awareness of their ability to do so. So the program providers that I've been asking about this are expressly some of those named in the motion, which include, but are not limited to, credible messengers, who we know are contracted by Department of Youth Development, substance abuse providers who may be contracted through Department of Public Health, Substance Abuse Prevention and Control, or DPH-SAPC, Department of Mental Health, and Department of Mental Health clinicians. So in visiting each of the facilities and speaking with the majority of directors and superintendents, it's really become clear that no support or direction on how to approach the implementation of this motion is coming from executive leadership or headquarters. Every facility seems to have been on their own to approach their partners at the facility level, at which point, has served to be insufficient to getting Narcan onto those professionals who are expressing to me a willingness and a desire to carry it. So some feedback I've received at the facilities is that probation leadership should have, or should at this point still, coordinate with the leaders of other departments, write a directive, and disseminate that to the facilities so that there can be a single organized approach to implementing the motion. So what I've been seeing is that every facility is at a slightly different place in trying to figure this out with their partners. I've been informed that at some facilities, contracting departments are asking for written policy or procedure manual in addition to like having the verbal announcement that they can carry it. And I think that's with really good reason, right? The providers want reassurance that they won't be, accused of bringing in contraband or doing anything that would jeopardize their ability to come into the facilities and do the work that they want to do with our young people. In discussion with Probation Oversight Commission, Probation's executive leadership has expressed hesitation and no concrete steps in supporting the facilities to move this motion forward. So to date, we still have not received any new updates of the Narcan policy, which you all maybe remember in February, we had the meeting and we heard from the previous deputy chief that a new policy was in progress. So I would really hope that we'll be seeing that soon because it is certainly appearing to be a factor that is stalling the implementation of this board motion. So I will be planning to do a couple more follow-ups at a few more facilities. I had thought that we would maybe be done by now, but I think in the spirit of really trying to support the facilities and getting this work done, I will continue to follow up. I'm continuing to follow up with some of the partnering departments and asking where they are. And next month, I'll come back to do the last step, which is the 180-day verbal report back to you, and hoping that with pointing out these roadblocks, we can help to push the department forward.
Good afternoon, everyone.
It's not. Maybe you should share this one. Maybe, yeah.
There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jesus Corral. I'm a senior director with the LA County Probation Department. I am here today to provide an update on our department's training as it relates to Narcan, as well as provide an update on the process to empower partner agency staff to carry Narcan inside of our juvenile institutions. I'll start off with talking about some of our training numbers. Our department started offering Narcan training to staff in September of 2021. The Narcan course that our officers, and this relates to our sworn officers, that our sworn officers take is a 2-hour STC certified course. Actually took the course myself back in 2023. In total, of our 2,538 sworn staff, 2,351 have completed the Narcan training. That equals out to approximately 93% of our sworn officers. In terms of the department as a whole, we've had 2,881 staff, both sworn and non-sworn, complete the Narcan training. Now the breakdown by facility, at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall, approximately 90% of the officers there have completed the 2-hour Narcan training. As far as our SYTF facilities, which include Kilpatrick and Barry J. Nydorf, 97% of the officers that are assigned to that facility have completed the Narcan training. And as far as our RTSB facilities go, which include the Eastside Camps and Dorothy Kirby Center, 98% of the officers assigned there have completed the Narcan training. And also Narcan training is provided to all new hires as they complete their JCOC Academy. In addition to the training that I just discussed, an online Narcan awareness training link was sent to all probation employees recently. And this went out through our Talent Works program. And it's basically a program that we use for virtual training. And every individual in the department received these links. And it's basically a link to 2 very brief videos. One video is specifically about how to identify the signs of an opioid overdose. The other video goes into how to administer Narcan. And both of these videos are from Emergent. That's the manufacturer of Narcan. Now, in terms of recent distribution of Narcan orders and equipment, the Staff Training Center was tasked with purchasing duty belts for the entire department. These belts have been ordered, and they include a newly designed hard Narcan holder capable of holding 2 doses of Narcan. And so we hope to be able to distribute those real soon as we receive them. And we work closely with the manufacturer of the belts to come up with a product that could equip staff to carry not just one, but 2 doses. As far as Narcan distribution, the Staff Training Center, we received 700 doses of Narcan late last month. Within 48 hours of receiving the Narcan, 300 doses were delivered to Los Padrinos, 200 doses were delivered to Barry J. Nydorf for the SYTF sites, and 200 doses were delivered to RTSB for the East Side camps and Kirby. 2,400 additional doses have been ordered and are actually scheduled to arrive sometime between April 4th and April 8th. So as soon as we get those doses in, we'll get them out to the facilities as well as our field offices. An additional order of Narcan will be placed in May. And just so that folks understand, Narcan actually has a 4-year shelf life from the time that it's manufactured. So it's safe to store if not all the doses are needed or are deployed at one time. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about the process to empower partner agency staff to carry Narcan. This process has been developed, and the process is as follows. Partner agency staff will be empowered to carry Narcan inside of our residential facilities. This includes the Department of Mental Health, LACO, program providers, DYD staff, and of course, credible messengers. Providers will be required to watch the 2 videos that I mentioned earlier that were sent out to all the staff. They'll be required to watch the exact same videos, one on recognizing the signs of an opioid overdose, and the second video on how to administer Narcan. Probation will be providing the Narcan for the providers that the providers will be allowed to carry. Providers will not be able to bring their own Narcan. So we will not allow individuals to bring Narcan from another source or from their agency. Partner agency staff who are interested in carrying the Narcan and who have watched the videos will be issued a Narcan holder with a dose of Narcan when they go to the facility. We actually we put in an order for 600 of these cases right here. This is the exact case that program providers will be issued at the facilities. It's capable of holding the Narcan. And it also, this one doesn't come with the clip, but it also has a clip on it so that you can either wear this on a belt or clip it onto your person. And this is the exact model that we have ordered and will be distributed at the sites. Program providers will receive this on a daily basis and will have to return it before they leave for the day. Probation will be collecting the holders anytime the providers leave the facilities. Probation staff will be assigned to check the contents of the Narcan holder to ensure the Narcan inside has not been tampered with or used. And the Narcan will be safely stored and prepared for redistribution. An assistant director at each facility will be responsible for oversight of this process. And also, in addition to the on-site videos, this process will also be covered during the ongoing online partner agency trainings that I know some of you have attended. So we'll also cover this process and play the videos during the ongoing trainings. Other than that, I'm ready to answer any questions that you may have about our process or our training.
Thank you both. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Commissioner Terry?
I just had a clarifying question. Is this the first time that the belts and the doses and the cases has been ordered since the board motion came through, or did I misunderstand?
No, we currently, it's the first time that the Probation Staff Training Center is responsible for ordering the belts. In the past, equipment, duty belts were ordered by the sites, and the Narcan distribution, all of that was handled, and the ordering and all of that was handled at the site. So it's the first time that it's being centralized through the Staff Training Office.
Commissioner Meredith?
I just want to point out, I did go up to a couple of the camps with Doctor there to check on the sites, and they were very proud and happy to show us their Narcan. I mean, it's pretty funny. I mean, do you have Narcan? Oh yeah, check it out. They were very excited about it, and I was glad to see it. And I'm glad to see it that policy is that we take control of any vendors from outside coming in are going to use our Narcan and not bring anything in. So,
Commissioner Kakani?
You stated that you shared an online training to all probation staff. Do you know how many staff viewed it or actually took the training?
This email blast actually went out recently, so I don't have exact numbers, but if I'm invited back to a future presentation, I can give you exact numbers.
Is that something that you track to see how
Yes,
many?
absolutely. Yes. The one of the beauties of this program is that it not only sends the email to the employee, it sends an email to the employee supervisor, letting them know that you've been assigned this training. And then it also allows us to see who watched it. Now, there's no officer STC credit associated with it because it's such a brief video, but it's something that most of these folks have already, at least the sworn folks, have already taken the full 2-hour training. It's just a Narcan awareness training more than anything else, because the administration of Narcan, and actually have, this is what the box looks like right here. It's something that's so simple, but you can save a life.
Sure.
And part of what we're trying to do with this is just continuously remind folks that you have the power to save a life. And so that's what we're doing this.
Commissioner Kakani, if I could just say, Dr. Gongora is working on a written report back. That's part of the board motion. So whether or not Dr. Corral comes back to share with that, we can certainly ask that question about the participation in the video training.
And then I believe you said that 90% of the staff assigned to LP have taken the 2-hour training. Does that include staff that has been deployed?
That's a good question. 90% is just a snapshot from the folks that are assigned there, including deployed folks at the time of the snapshot. And you have to take into account the fact that the reason it's probably not as high as we have at SYTF and RTSB sites is that you do have a large number of folks that are out
Rotating in.
for whatever reason. But the Narcan training has also been integrated into our deployment training now. So anytime anybody comes through for deployment, if you have not taken the Narcan training, you will be required to take it at that time, and the videos will not substitute for the 2-hour training.
Okay, and then my last question is, as it relates to providing partner agencies with Narcan and cases, what is the timeline for the rollout of that process? The training, when the belts are due to arrive, and just the implementation piece?
In terms of empowering partner agency staff to carry Narcan, as I said earlier, we put in the order for the Narcan cases for these right here. As soon as they arrive, we hope to quickly get them out to the site. I hope to, and you can quote me on this. I hope to have these out at the sites by the end of May. That's our goal. As soon as we get the cases, the actual Narcan itself, I do expect that order of 2,400 doses to be coming in sometime between April 4th and 8th. So we'll have the Narcan in, and the videos have already been selected. They are available for the sites right now. But the actual cases themselves, that's the only thing that can hold us up a little bit. But in the meantime, our officers do have it on site. Juvenile Court Health Services has it on site. We just want to, as a department, increase the availability of Narcan to everyone that's inside of the facility.
No further questions. Wendy, do we have any written or public comment?
I should know the answer to that, and I don't. Do we have any written public comment on this one? Yes, it's attached to the agenda. Okay, great. Anybody in the room want to give public comment on the Narcan issue? Yes. And if you want to give comment online, press the little hand function on WebEx, dial *3 on your phone. If you're watching on YouTube, you need to get on the WebEx link in order to give public comment. You can begin.
Yes, thank you. My name is Cherie Meredith. In my work with Advocates for Peace and Urban Unity, APUU, we are currently collaborating with UCI, UC Irvine on a project that's looking at tobacco use in the community. And I see here on the contraband log that vape pens are heavily being found in the facilities, which is something that we've been discussing with our youth in the community to let them know that vape pens are laced. And so we've recently provided our workers with Narcan and training for using them in the community as well. But we did want to make mention, just since we have the time, that gang paraphernalia is found heavily at LPJH, which is something that is used to give them more clout in the gang community. And I noticed that you are also working to do a substance use disorder treatment, but the children that we were working with in our study revealed that a lot of that is because they feel depressed or other traumatic experience that they're using substance to cope with those emotions. So I just wanted to make just a comment that that's something that we are also looking at in the community and making sure that everyone is focusing on not just the use of substance, but the underlying cause that is causing the children to go to that. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public comment. Commissioners, any last and final thoughts, concerns, comments? Thank you. Thank you again, Dr. Carl. It's always a pleasure seeing you here. So we're going to move on to agenda item number 6. We will be discussing and taking possible action up to and including voting to direct the Office of the Inspector General to issue a subpoena for outstanding data and information. As part of this agenda item, the Executive Director of the Probation Oversight Commission will share information about outstanding data and information requests. Wendy, please proceed with your updates.
Yes, thank you. And I just want to clarify to begin with that part of the reason that the agenda item is drafted the way that it is, where it says take action up to and including the issuance of a subpoena, is that it's 2 reasons. One, because we want to obviously be compliant with the Brown Act. I mean, that's the law. But more importantly, because we want to share with the public and with the probation department the possibility that an action could be taken at a meeting. For future reference, that does not mean that the commissioners have to take an action on that item. It doesn't actually mean they have to take an action at all. It just means that it's a possibility as it comes forward. And as I explained last month, we have a new process that is, I'm very happy with it, and I think you'll hear why, which is that we are, instead of doing kind of weekly reminders about updates on missing information, doing a once a month memo to the department. It's actually directly to the chief, although I CC a lot of other people on the memo, that very specifically lists the status of outstanding data requests that you can see it's attached to the agenda. The first one was written on March 19th, right after our last meeting. And then we update it as we receive the items and then publish the update. So you'll see the published update attached to it today that shows all the information received. I'm actually going to go through it because there's also some information that was received today. So I think you'll see that it's working because the vast majority of the information requested by the department from the last meeting and from prior meetings has been received, including the information that was subject to the request for subpoena at the last meeting. That information was, I was going to say very important, but all of the information is very important. But that use of force data that was requested at the last meeting is something that's been the subject of multiple discussions among the commissioners and the department. And I was very pleased at the meeting that Eric Bates, who's the Assistant Inspector General, and I had with probation, where they were able to finally present to us the use of force data in a way that that I think and Eric thinks is responsive to the subpoena. It also includes information that was specifically a part of a motion, I think Commissioner Meredith made, if I'm correct, about the assaults on staff and youth on youth violence and the reason for uses of force in the facilities up through the present date. It actually goes up through the end of February of 2025. I wish that that information could be provided on a more timely basis so that we didn't have to get to the point of a subpoena. And I will say the department reflected the same thing in the meeting with us, that they would like to get to a point where they're providing the data in a more timely way. It was a very collaborative conversation. And I think you'll see they have provided all but really one data item that I'll discuss. So when you look at the memo, we did receive the program calendars today for April, actually, which is even better than receiving them for March. The reason that the POC requests the program calendars is because often when commissioners conduct official and unofficial inspections, they want to take a look to see what programs are happening and when. And so if we have the calendars, we can compare them to the calendars. It's also one of the subject areas of noncompliance for the BSCC. The next item that shows not received is more of an administrative item that I will continue to feel optimism about the fact that we can get this fixed. So we have been receiving the monthly snapshot. It has been received late, but we have been receiving it. But we had a problem in that they changed the columns on the snapshot. And that presents a very serious problem for me and Donisha and the rest of our team trying to analyze the difference between November, December, January, February, when the columns change. I mean, this is literally an Excel spreadsheet. We're trying to work to plug it into a new data dashboard. And when the columns change, that really throws off the ability to analyze month after month. But that is a problem that, in my opinion, is very easily fixable. And so hopefully we can come to an agreement with the department about getting us consistent month over month data. I think part of the problem is transitions with who is managing the data, and that we can hopefully move forward. The other items, though, you will see are received, and everything that's received has been attached under this agenda item. There is a lot of really interesting information about the field caseload numbers attached to the agenda, and also a lot of information about the breakdown of overtime costs that was presented in the budget that you heard. One of the pieces of information that states received is that the deployment policy that was requested does not exist, but there is a policy on I don't want to call it the wrong thing. It actually doesn't say here what it's called. Policy section 302, which is attached. Oh, it's on transfers. It does say it. The policy on transfers is attached. So there is a policy that relates to the deployment, but not one specific, like a new directive or a new policy related to this current deployment policy. The one item that is not received is the motion that Commissioner Shipp made at the last meeting and had been on the agenda the previous meeting as well. This is about the status of youth who have been released from Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall during the time period that's stated here, which is July 1st through February 28th. I spoke to probation leadership, and let me just say, and Commissioner Mundo educated me about this morning, when we say released, that means, I think of that as being released home. That's not what it means. It means left Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall. So they may have gone to Barry J. Nydorf if they were dispositioned to SYTF. They may have gone to camp, they may have gone to a placement, or they may have gone home. And what Commissioner Shipp's motion was where did they go and in what rates and numbers? That the executive leadership team has said that that is a data that can be pulled, which I think we all understand to be the case, but that is time consuming because there isn't an immediate report that can be pulled. That conversation happened very recently. And so what I'm hoping is that maybe the department can tell me what information they could provide that would shed light on that would be simpler, rather than engaging in an extensive data research task that could be time consuming. And I know they have a lot of things on their plates. So that is the one item that has not been received, but it's not like it's been ignored. There have been conversations about it. We just don't have it available for you in the public. With that, I'm happy to take your questions and also your comments about whether you agree or disagree about my assessments about whether the receipt of the information that you've now seen is responsive to your requests.
Commissioners? As you go through it, I would like to comment that it would have been nice to have somebody here from probation so we can look through the information and ask questions, but we don't.
Okay, so that's what got it. Okay.
Okay, well, as you gather your thoughts, maybe we'll go to public comment, except.
I was just going to say, so I noticed on the
Can you talk into the microphone, Commissioner Cowley?
So I noticed the numbers that were given from the staff breakdown on the AFSB core area office data. It's from January of 2024. It's a year and a half old. And so this was the most recent that they were able to provide.
That's the most recent that was provided.
Okay.
That is a lawyer. That's a lawyer answer to your question. I don't know. I don't know if they have more recent data, but you certainly are welcome to ask for more recent data.
Okay. And I did think maybe it could have been a typo too.
That occurred to me as well, and I don't know the
That's
answer
the
to
grace
that.
I'm giving.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
I just want to be clear. Would you like for me to ask A, was it a typo? B, if it wasn't a typo, could you provide the more recent?
Yes, please.
Right. So same format, more recent numbers.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you so much.
Was the intention to maybe provide the, like, before and after, like, before the deployment policy was implemented? I guess maybe it required, I know that there's another document.
That, I think, was specifically the request. Number of probation officers assigned to each field assignment pre-deployment versus current. I'm reading that directly from the memo.
So maybe this is meant to be January
Wasn't there one that
2024?
showed that? Or is that the same
Yes,
one?
there is another page that shows pre and post numbers.
That's right. Okay.
It even shows pre and post caseload numbers.
Right. Okay.
Juvenile.
What it doesn't show is that document that Commissioner Canales is referring to is a very helpful document to me in terms of having the actual offices and the addresses of the offices and the breakdown of each department with the number of staff. It's a little different than the other document that shows the caseload numbers.
Specifically, I can't find another document that lists every site.
Okay, is there any written or public comment?
I don't think there's any written public comment on this item. Is that correct? Oh, there is written public comment and it is attached. So shall we go to live public comment? Raise your hand. Dial *3. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Pettis.
Is there any way we can get the assault on minor to minor and assault on minor to staff? I've requested that before.
It's in the documents.
It's in the, well, that's on the website.
Link to the agenda.
It's a
Yes.
hyperlink on the, if you go on the website.
And actually, Mr. Pettis, I will give you my copy of it as we leave.
No public?
Nope.
Okay, so commissioners, do you have questions or comments? Are there other items you would like to formally request from the probation department? If so, please be prepared to outline your request in a detailed manner. All right, any motions? Okay, well, we will move on to item number 7
Which is you tabled at the beginning.
that we tabled at the beginning, so we've cleared that one. And if there is any public comment that may be related to that, it can be on general comment. And item number 8 is for matters not posted on the agenda to discuss or to place on a future meeting agenda for action. Commissioners, do you have any announcements or items you would like placed on a future agenda? Commissioner Meredith?
Well, unfortunately, Dr. Corral left. I was going to give him a compliment here. We graduated this week, or actually last week, the first Reserve Department of or Deputy Probation Officers that are fully 832 and core trained, so they can actually work inside the facilities. They've met the same training standards as the recruits coming out of the academy. It's the first time I've been pushing this program for 23 years, and it's the first time we've successfully done it under the leadership of the chief. And many of these RTPOs are actually college professors, educators, psychologists, chaplains. There's all kinds of really great disciplines in there. Be a great asset for us. I want to thank the chief and I want to thank Jesus because he was the mastermind of the training on this.
How many graduates, Commissioner Meredith?
18 so far. And the next class will start, I think, in June, they said. So all new RTPOs coming in the organization have to go through this mandatory training now. And matches the same standard as a new person coming on. Positive side is if somebody decides they want to become a DPO in the future, they can just come right in and not have to go back to the academy and all that training because they met the standard. And also I want to compliment the field units of SEO and stuff. They did some compliance checks using the allied agencies with them in San Gabriel Valley, or Santa Clarita Valley, and also in Santa Monica. Received a number of guns and they received a number of drugs, including fentanyl. So they probably saved some lives doing those compliance checks. So I appreciate that. For a future agenda item, though, I'd like to have HR come in here and truly explain to me the 4850 and the Sedgwick program, because it's not making any sense to how somebody's on 90 days here, 90 days off. That does not conform with anything I understand under 4850 of the government code. And I hear that Sedgwick is probably the biggest problem in delaying people getting certified to come back to work or get the treatment they need. So I'd like to have HR. Explain that. And if they need to talk to county HR, that's fine too, because it seems to be a problem universal with at least the public safety agencies to get the staff back to work.
Comments, concerns, any announcements? Okay, let's move to agenda item number 9 is an invitation for members of the public to address the commission on items not on the agenda. Wendy, please facilitate public comment for us.
Okay, if you'd like to make public comment, please come to the podium. If you want to make public comment online, raise your hand or dial *3. You can begin, Mr. Pettis.
Mr. Mayor, if you can look at the public comments for today that I was submitted, what the department did, they used 830.5. 830.5 penal code basically talks about firearms, peace officers carrying a firearm. Probation took a snippet of that and they didn't refer back to California Government Code 8598, 8597, 8617, which basically deals with state agencies, California Highway Patrol, forestry. It had nothing to do with probation officers, basically. And so that they used that to send 600 officers home. And that's why you're talking about 4850 in Sedgwick. Well, Sedgwick is slow. We know that. But I'm not on 4850 because I'm not under that category. But so I'm at home and 6 of the other officers are at home on no pay. And basically we work 90 days on, 90 days off, which when people don't understand that rotation, you're working less than half a year because you don't come back exactly when you're 90 days. 90 days, you call and says, well, okay, when I come back. They're very specific about when they send you home. They're very ambiguous when you come back. So my last rotation, I worked December 2nd, 2024 to March 2nd, 2025. So when March of this last month, I don't know when I go back. They're saying 90 days, but my last rotation was 107. That's an extra additional pay period. So if you have the chance at some later time to look at the public comments, everything is outlined right there. And that's the situation that we're in. And I even asked Mr. Smythe, because he does all the money, and you could actually save money by bringing those officers back on regular time than paying overtime to someone else that's in my cubicle in Alhambra.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you for having me again. My name's Officer Goldner. I'm posted at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall. I want to bring up the very fine point about overtime and the amount of overtime that we're working. In the contract, it says we work 8 hours and we forgo the 9th because we get out after 8 hours. But what happens is we're held over for a continuous additional 8 hours. And we're not given a rest or a break, a meal break or rest breaks. That's just untenable. It's wearing out the officers. And not only that, but we're not compensated for our time. So it's just a very important issue to us in Los Padrinos specifically, because for a while we had more staff when the DPO2s there were more DPO2s there. And then some got sent out to go work at the camps on the 3-day thing. But now that's no longer the case. So on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, there's just not enough staff. Waking up, going to work is very stressful. Who knows what unit I'm going to be in? We're tired. It's hard to expect us to work at our, peak performance when we're overworked. So I want to bring that to your attention. I know you guys probably have solutions. Mr. Smythe was talking about what we're going to hire, but he said it's a long time. From application to hitting the hall is how long? A year. That was my experience when I started working in September of 23. So this is an issue that a lot of officers are going, hey guys, we're here and we need help. We really do. And I appreciate the attention that you guys could pay to that and maybe thinking outside the box of what kind of solutions can be there to, hire more officers or figure out a way for us to get a break, right? 16 continuous hours is a long time.
Is probation exempt from workers' compensation laws? Because I thought it's a California state law that you have to have mandatory 2 breaks and a lunch, like for every 6 hours. Is probation exempt from
That sounds like a question that you should ask HR, Commissioner Canales wasn't speaking into the mic, but the question is about whether probation has to abide by the regular state regulations about meal times and breaks. So I think we should ask HR to come to give a presentation about those issues, including what Commissioner Meredith asked
So
for.
that's something I'd like to see on the next agenda. And then when you said,
Can you talk into the mic, please?
sorry, and then when you said you're held over for a second 8 hours and you're not compensated, what did you mean by that?
Well, under the MOU, the contract, it's a 9-hour workday, right? But we only work 8 because we forego our rest breaks and our
Okay.
lunch, right? But then we're notified within a certain amount of time, you're held over and you're going to work your second shift, right? My shift is the 6 a.m. shift. So I work 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. And then I'll be notified before 12, oh, you're held over. So now you're going to work 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. as well, continuously. And that's what that means is on that second 8 hours, there's no rest, there's no break, there's no formal going to your car and chilling out, going to Starbucks, there's none of that. It's 16 continuous hours.
Okay, held over. Okay. All right. I thought you meant you weren't paid at all for the second shift.
No,
So
we're not
that's why I
paid.
asked for clarification.
Yeah, the clarification is we're not paid for not given our rest break or our meal break.
Okay,
So
got
it'd
it.
be at
And
least an
still,
hour.
I would like to have
So
a
that-
presentation from HR.
That would add up to at least an hour minimum.
Yeah.
That's correct. So, I mean, my request is, and I'll do it through the grievance process, which is the formal way of doing it, is to write a grievance and request that if we're held over and we're not giving a break, well, we should be given that extra hour on our paycheck, right?
Exactly.
Right. Thank you. And thank you for raising this.
Can I just ask what the max number of hours you've been held over for on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday experience?
Well, so if I'm at the hall, generally it's going to be 16, and they do a great job. The ODs do a great job of trying to, get us out of there. If I'm on a hospital run, for example, that could go a long time if there's no one to replace us. We're at LA County, right? And it could go 17, 18,
But that could be where, for my colleagues to understand, that is problematic anytime. But if you're doing the hospital run at, let's say, in the middle of your first 8 hours, then you go over, then you could maybe still get back and just do 16. But if for some reason you start the hospital run in the middle of your second, then you're going to go beyond the 16. And that becomes extremely problematic unless they go get you relief.
Well, they do try to relieve us. So the issue is my shift is from 6 a.m., right?
Yeah.
So if I work 20 hours, I cannot do my next shift.
Yeah.
Right? So they have to get me out of there because in the morning, if I don't show up, that's an issue. Because we're already it's just my partner's Hernandez, and it's just 2 of us in the morning, running. I'm in Unit B, boys care, right? So if I'm not there, that's a problem now. The OD has to start shuffling, playing that game. So they're always conscious to get me out before that time cutoff that I wouldn't be able to come in the next morning.
Well, I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thank you for not just being here, but thank you for staying in and going back every day. I know I appreciate it, and I'm sure that this
Yes,
commission appreciates it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll also say, I remember meeting you at Los Padrinos when we did our inspection last year.
That's
And
right.
perhaps after the meeting, you could share with some of the commissioners your feelings about the boys that you work with. So
Yeah,
it was
and
very meaningful to me to hear it from you. So.
Yes, and I was there, and I did see about the Narcan. We do have our belts, and we do have the Narcan there. So in the hall, that's the thing. Thankfully, I've never had to use it. It hasn't even really been an issue. So those efforts to stop the flow of drugs coming into the hall have been effective. And in fact, I sent an email to you, Miss Julian, about having a meeting between us, so you could ask officers directly the questions that you might have, like on the ground level, like, are these things effective? So at some point, maybe we'll be able to do that, and I'd appreciate
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I do have to point out, he was one of my star recruits.
Everything's about you. So
Do we have online public comment? None.
all right. I'm happy to say that going beyond the 1 o'clock hour was meaningful today. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you all for joining us and sharing your comments. As a quick reminder, be sure to follow us on social media and subscribe to our YouTube channel at LA County POC to receive reminders about our upcoming meetings. Visit our website at poc.lacounty.gov to subscribe to our email listing. It is now 1:04. May I have a motion to adjourn today's meeting?
Motion to adjourn today's meeting.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kakani, seconded by everyone. Please unmute yourselves and vote with a voice vote.
Aye.
Aye. Today's meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.